and it's up to the state to bring evidence and a jury to decide if that's different. Essentially convicted in the media. You don't have to read but a few articles to see how negative they are about him. He has a right to have this information withheld, brought out in public, so that people can see it's not this neat little package. So people can start to wonder if Brian's innocent. Your Honor, Brian is innocent.
They call it the August effect. A quiet pull, a heart's compass, finding its gravitation. A promise whispered to the future. Sunrise paints the window pane a hazy gold. A story in my chest that's waiting to unfold. Used to trace the lines of maps I'd never seen. Now the greenest pasture grows from deep within. Letting go of every anchor, every chain, washing off the dust in cool September rain. This is the freedom, wild and new, the future calling, breaking through. A heart's true north, the sky of blue. This is the promise coming true. The road ahead is unwritten, vast and wide. No need to run, no reason left to hide. Every step a choice, every breath my own. On this open field of chances I have sown. This is the freedom, wild and new. The future calling, breaking through. A heart's true north, a sky of blue. This is a permanent truth. The August effect, I understand it now. It's the faith you find somehow. The promise coming true for you. The greenest pasture.
Well, good morning, everybody. Happy Freedom Freaking Friday. I'm telling you, it's going to be a doozy this morning. And I just want to let you know that you can drop in all day long until 3 p.m. Whatever your heart's content, you can come back, you can pop back in, stay in a little while. But do me a favor, hit that thumbs up button. It lets the algorithm know that we are live and we are sharing a happy Freedom Friday in regards to the Idaho 4. And this is going to be a long stream. We're going to have some shockers in here, guys. It is going to be filled with some amazing fireballs. So good to see everybody this morning. Hello, no talkie before coffee. Hello. Happy Freedom Friday. Caleb, welcome. Happy Freedom Friday. It is a 6-hour marathon. We are going to review July's top videos, top finds, comments, and stay tuned. You guys know the drill. Happy Friday, Inked Mama. Good to see ya. LFG. Say that all day. We've got some OGs in the house. Good morning, beautiful people. What kind of juicy stuff are we going to learn today by Phoenix? Well, you know, I'm giving you all the details, all the truth, and this is going to be a on the fly live stream because we don't stop until we get to the truth. And, yesterday, if you were in our live, there is a lot of truth to the documents. And this is why we read the documents, because it has opened up a huge timeline gap of where Kaylee and Maddie really were, just like the timeline gap with Ethan and Xana. And if you were here for it yesterday, you probably caught a little bit about it. But let me give you this legal disclaimer. Welcomed y'all in. So welcome in, tag a friend, comment, like, hype, whatever you want to do. I appreciate it. Legal disclaimer, this content is for informational commentary and entertainment purposes only. These opinions are my opinions, the creator of Phoenix Talks, and they're based on publicly available information. There is nothing that I talk about here that is private, interpretation and speculation. Nothing stated here is intended to accuse, defame, slander, or harm any person, entity, or organization. All individuals are presumed innocent unless stated by themselves and until proven guilty in a court of law. The content is not legal, medical, or professional advice. Viewers should do their own research and form their own conclusions. And by watching, you acknowledge that everything discussed is alleged, speculative, and subject to this disclaimer. Anything that I share with you on this channel that has been publicly put out on the wide internet, it is of my own choice to use the content. I am not trying to infringe on anybody's copyright laws, but if it is public, it'll be shared. All right. So here we go. If you all are so ready, happy freaking Friday. Now I've got an announcement that I just love. I love this. Absolutely love. And some of you are so giving. So make sure you got your snacks, drinks. I got my blueberry protein shake going. I've got some blueberry sourdough that I made yesterday. I've got tons of water with ice. I'm ready to go. And you know that every hour on the hour, we'll take about a 3-minute break. I've already got my snacks planned out. I plan on getting an apple and maybe a little bit of peanut butter, and then string cheese. And if my handy husband is around, he might just put together some lunch for me, which I appreciate him 100%. So what I want to do is announce something so beautiful, so giving. No Talkie Before Coffee emailed me this morning and basically said, I know I won the $50 gift card, but I want to give that to your channel and your mods. And I thought that was so freaking beautiful. So my mods are in the house. If you would like me to send you, Caleb and Dina, if you would like me to send you a $25 Amazon gift card, you both can split that. Or if you want $25 cash, just let me know and I will send it over there this morning as soon as we get off the live. So I really appreciate everybody who just gives back, right? I mean, we have such a beautiful community. We really do. And I like to give things away. I really do. And you've seen me give away so much here. It is absolutely the best community. And we could be maybe only 10 people and I would not care, because that's the kind of people that I want to attract. The caring, loving, humble individuals that stand for freedom and justice and the truth. I think that says more than anything else out there in the world. Now, we're going to get into it. And first, I really want to talk about yesterday. So yesterday, before we get into the July stats, because this is your channel. This is the people's channel, right? And not the people's court. It's the people's channel. Jack the Skipper, thank you so much for your amazing super sticker. We had about 10 people yesterday that I highlighted their comments. They are all in the drawing. So if your comment was highlighted, you are in that $50 drawing for the end of the month. Again, I was going to roll it forward, but when No Talkie said give it to the mods, I'm giving it to the mods. So make sure you message me and tell me what you want. Now, one thing that I didn't do is bring my phone into my office. So, I think we'll do that when we watch a video. I'll go grab it real quick. And I want to do a live dig right in the beginning because this is so freaking shocking. So, if you've been around in an OG for a little while, you have seen Samantha Nelson. Samantha Nelson is allegedly Steve G's oldest daughter with another mama. And drop a 1 if you know who Samantha Nelson is. Drop a 1. And it's so interesting because, her name is Samantha Nelson, but I mean, legally, her mom was not married to Steve. And so it would be Samantha. Hold on a minute. No, look on my dresser over there. Okay, so I'm getting my phone. Now let me just take a look at this. Samantha Nelson. Now, if you don't think people watch you, people do. And I'm going to share this on my screen with you. Thank you. Okay, I got my phone. All right. If you don't think people don't watch you, think again. She does look like the other girls. Absolutely. But check this out. It's not very often that I just go and Google. Now, I blocked Samantha a long time ago. But look at this. Do you see what I see? John Grisham's Framed. Do you guys see this? Now, I don't know when this video was actually made. Let me just take a look. That was a year ago. That was a year ago. And I had no idea that this was on her page. I just did a little Google search, Samantha Nelson, and this popped up. So there is Samantha and Olivia. And I guess this person has thrown up, posted pictures. It's just wild. I mean, yeah, they all could be related. Of course, they have the same dad, genes. I don't know what she's trying to get at, but Samantha and there is Olivia and some other things that were shared. There is her and her daughter, and she's gone through a lot of crap, guys. She's gone through a lot of crap. So I just thought that was interesting, but I wanted a subliminal message maybe. I've never seen this post until this morning, ever. I have never seen this. Yeah, this is the same book that we're reading this month for our, yep, it is. Our Nest book club. This is what we're reading. And yeah, my heart hurts for her too. I know what it's like to lose a child through vicious people. But I stood tall, fought back, and won. She is smart, way beyond her years. But when her and I were communicating, because I had followed her for a little while, and she's going through some stuff. She's pain, addiction, whatever, by her own admission. It's tough. But here's the one thing that I really gleaned from what she was saying. She kept calling, and I'm going to do a Google search real quick. She kept calling Kaylee, Kate, and Kayla. So I thought I would just Google Kate Gonzalez and see what we find. Let's just see. Let me take a look at this. Let me share this one. I just clicked on the first thing. Wow. Kate Gonzalez. Why do they call him Baby Kate? Have you guys even gone down this rabbit hole? I think that's a little shocking. Does she look like her? Possibly. Brown hair. I don't know why they'd call Baby Kate, but this is Vita Vanderbilt Latin Dance Group. They're on Instagram. Let me just take a peek over here. A dance group choreographing, performing, and teaching Latin dance. That is so interesting. That is interesting. Kaylee Bly. I don't know where they got. I mean, yeah, we have doppelgangers, right? I've seen this quite a few times where people definitely look like other people. This was 23-24. That's when the picture was taken. A baby is a term of endearment. A semester spotlight. Oh, wow. What is this? Viva Clinic auditions. What? What was that all about? It looked like a Vandals something. Vandy MLC. What is that? Vanderbilt multicultural. Whoa. I mean, we could really go down the rabbit hole, right? Now, I'm not saying that was her. I'm just saying we do have doppelgangers. Yeah, it seems like everybody in this case does have one or two. That's wild. So the other one was on Facebook. That was here. And this was Vanderbilt. Wow. This one really looks like her in the face. And look how busty this girl is. Wow, that's crazy. The prosecution not looking great right now. Yeah, absolutely. Wow, I'm going to just tilt this picture a little bit. This is freaking wild. Now, I'm not saying that this is her, but I'm saying what a freaking resemblance, right? And yeah, I know we have doppelgangers out there. I know that people, cousins, and it only takes 435 people to have the same gene pool. It's crazy. Look at that picture that I just. Now, I'm not saying this is her, but I want to share this. Kind of like the same exact body build. Maybe she's a cousin. Maybe. That could be possible. And I just shared this one. It's possible. And let me go back and let me see if I can get a close-up of this face. Let me see if I can go back. Wow. Wow. That's wild. Yeah, maybe they have cousins over in Vanderbilt. That is really wild. I'll leave that one there. I'll put this one here. That's wild. Yeah. Maybe she is a cousin. Maybe they do look alike. Maybe they have relatives. I mean, if you think about it, I mean, how odd is it that Koberger had some type of family line in the area in Washington, perhaps? Think of how crazy that is. By Dr. Ruth Ballard, one of the experts in DNA. Experts, key experts. Yeah, SG stumbled over adopted and other things seem to be connected. Yeah, because you know what? It doesn't make sense to me that Samantha was named, obviously, by her mother. Steve is the dad. And then they had Olivia. And then she names the daughter Kaylee, Kate. Everyone calls her Kaylee or Kate. Okay. And that I've never really understood. And we just heard Kayla the other day. People in the interviews have been saying Kayla. Maybe she's yeah. It is crazy. So we're just starting off in some of the doppelganger and some of the things that have made sense along the way. I mean, look at Koberger and all of his pictures and how different his pictures look, right? I mean, in the beginning, he looked very different. Very different. And it's shocking how someone can change right in front of our eyes in the media over time and also be using, I don't know, maybe AI somewhere in between because they definitely aren't giving him a filter. And it's wild when you see these pictures I'm about to show you. You know, I could do a time lapse and show you some crazy pictures because his Ada County picture, the very first one that I grabbed, is nothing like what we see today. So this is his Ada County picture. And this is just the other day. Now, I don't know if they're using older pictures. We have not seen a current picture of him. And these are his in the right beginning to maybe last year. Hair different. His hair was darker. Now it's lighter. It was even lighter there. And if you look, I wouldn't be able to say that this is the same person except for the ears and the nose, right? And it's scary to think that, is this the same person? This is shocking. It is very shocking. So I'll do a time lapse and I'll share that with you. But I just wanted to go down this rabbit hole. And, you know, even if we did a Google search, let me do a Google search and put it up here on the screen. Even if I did a Google search and put Kayla, because I got the weirdest message the other night. Kayla Gonzalez. I really don't see anybody Kayla unless it's a nickname. This pops up. That pops up, Kaylee, but nothing under Kayla. And I've done like 7 different searches. And then let me just see. Kayla Gonzalez, project lead, implementations. That would be somebody in Ontario. I mean, we really don't see much under Kayla. Let me look at this. Louisiana. Now, I haven't gone back to the Wayback Machine, but I'll do that. I'll go and look and see if there's anything else of interest that said Louisiana, but I mean, it's not a common name. It's obviously a Latin name. Not very common. And someone said that she might have been a police officer. I don't know about that, but someone also said, messaged me that said that Kaylee is her brother's daughter. I don't know about that. But I mean, go down the rabbit hole, see what you find. And one thing, Kayla Gonzalez, I didn't find anybody on Instagram or anything else like that. And I've heard a lot of crazy rumors. And, you know, I like to try to debunk most of these rumors. Caitlin, but she did call her Kate and Kayla. Kate and Kayla. Catherine Vanderbilt at the Locke Lab, almost the same age. I don't see anything else that would make me think that maybe she did have a different name. But I just thought that was pretty interesting to go down that rabbit hole. And since she couldn't get a teaching job, because remember, that's what she wanted to do, was teach. Let me just look at another place. Hold on. God, that girl looks so much like her, too. Glasses and a filter. Lashes and a filter. I'm just scrolling through. All right, so let's do this. I'm confused by somebody's live dig. I think birdies, when they checked out the job Kaylee was supposed to get in Austin, it showed up under another girl's name, Kaylee Gonzalez. Austin? Okay, so is that why her boss deleted his original post that I think I still have? Extreme Networks. Let's see. Oh, let me just take a look. Yeah, that warrant for Kaylee Gonzalez went back to the Harvard Police Department. That is just one weird thing. Another weird thing. All right, so let's get into it this morning. We're going to go and we are going to look at the top July top 10 from our channel. And I'm going to switch over here. And let me just grab this screenshot because they were on fire for the month of July. Okay. So, I mean, we found some really good things here in the nest. We found some really good things. And I'll tell you, it is wild how many people started paying attention. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Here we go. This one was wild. Let me just make sure this is 10. Okay. They were shorts and videos. So shorts and videos, top 10. And let me just take a screenshot of this because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You never know what we're going to get here because we are live, we are on the fly, and we're doing a Freedom Friday. So I'm going to put this top 10 up, and I think I would have to agree with the algorithm on these top 10. They were pretty crazy, but here they are. Okay, so oh my God, did he have blood on his hands? And this, my friends, was the one from Hunter Johnson. Okay, I know you guys remember this one. Now, keep in mind that these clips come directly from the documents. And this was from a body cam. Totally 100% body cam. So no one has changed anything. No one has edited. There's no AI being used. We are using the actual clips. We are using the actual clips that have been released to the public through the Moscow Police Department, as far as we know. And the top 10 just means that people watch them the most. And I have to get rid of the ones in August. The most watched video is crazy. The most watched video for July on July 22nd was this simple little tiny video. There it is. That little tiny clip. I just said, who are these men? And boy, did that open a can of worms. Leave those girls alone. They don't deserve this. 11,000 views in 2 weeks. The comments that we got on this, John's, I swear this place remind me of the 4 on the Floor murder of 1981. The Wonderland Gang, as they were called. Same thing happened when they crossed the wrong people. Sometimes comments, I don't really know how much people know out there, but they are like crazy. And some of them could actually be factual. That's the scary part. There are people out there that want to talk, but they don't want to talk. And where are these gentlemen walking to? They're so tiny, bless them. Parents weekend. And eventually we did learn, and we went over a total big live on this topic, that the guy, I don't know who that guy is right there, but this guy is Ashlyn Couch's stepdad. This guy right here. And someone sent me a message that he's alleged to be a policeman, which I think is very interesting if true. And I dug and dug and dug, and I've looked everywhere to see if this guy was a policeman. The only thing I saw on Instagram of his wife's is when your husband joins you in your real estate business, but it was speaking from the term of when a cop. So if anybody sees that again, you can go out there. And that was Ashlyn Couch's mother. She goes by a last name. We did a whole live dig on that. We did a whole live on that. And that was freaking interesting, to say the least. Now, there are some other videos that were just outrageous and spiraling so fast that people were sending me messages. And, remember, if you're in here trolling, keep trolling. Okay? I don't know if Adam Latta, how could he have gotten Kaylee's job in Texas if he is a pilot in Florida? I mean, we really have to logically think about this. How could he have got Kaylee's job if, in fact, he is a pilot in Florida? One way you can go and see, I think they still do have their, let me see. They might not have. Let me just see. Leadership. I don't see Adam Latta at Extreme Networks. I see the leadership team. This is the guy who made the post about Kaylee. Wireless manufacturing, healthcare, federal government, federal and local state government. Let's see, open positions. I'm just curious. Do they even have any Florida markets? North Carolina, India, Ireland. Those are remote, full-time remote. Germany, California, Germany, Spain, United Kingdom, Spain, South Carolina, United Kingdom, Texas. That's a little bit of a senior job. Seattle, Raleigh, North Carolina. That's where Cisco is too, which makes sense. Seattle, India, San Jose. I mean, these are pretty much senior jobs. Government, compliance, India. Staff, senior. Associate, that's Salem, New Hampshire. Account exec. Netherlands, Kingdom, Germany, Australia. I don't see any Florida. Although I'm not saying they're not there. I'm just saying I don't see any support role jobs or sales jobs in that arena. So I don't know how they would confirm it unless they called and asked for him. But here is his professional profile. And he started he just started a different job. Let me share this with you. Every time we check his LinkedIn, he starts a new job. Sarasota, Florida. Now he's a commercial pilot. And he has a certificate in flying in Cessnas. And 8 months ago, he said he was a customer service representative for Shelter Air Aviation, largest family-owned aviation real estate developer and award-winning FBOs, Family Fuel Build Serve. That is who he's working for now. I just found it interesting. And says he's a corporate pilot. Wonder where he flies to. Out of Florida to where? He was a bartender in Sarasota, Florida. He was a banquet bartender in McCall. And obviously he was with University of Idaho, Beta Theta Pi. In athletic training. He was a bartender at the Corner Club, we know. And a sports nutritionist intern at the Washington State University in August of 2022. Did an internship for a few months. Sports nutrition. Interesting. Very interesting. Let's just look at David Loach just because we're here. Home care provider. I know he was with the press box in Boise. Sales associate at Vista Pawn. Vista Pawn in Boise. He worked at a pawn shop. And he knows Ashley McClure. She gave him a recommendation. And she worked at the University of Idaho golf course. I was David's mentor. That's weird. Now he's a home care provider in Georgia for a year. What did he major in? A bachelor in business. I'm just curious to see what all this is. Quinn Kelly. Boise State University. Crane Creek Country Club in Boise. He was on the witness list, guys. I wonder why they wanted him on the witness list. Oh, speaking of this guy, Bora Senior High School, bachelor's degree in web page, digital multimedia information and design. Speaking of this guy, he was on the witness list, and I believe it was Dylan. Oh, hold on. I believe it was Dylan in her that's Dee's boyfriend. Didn't she admit to Aaron Williamson in her transcript? Hold on, let me pull it up. That she talked to Quinn hours before the actual event? Alleged? Didn't? I think she did. Aaron Williamson with the FBI. Hold on. I'm trying to grab the transcripts. It was motion in limine number 7, The bushy eyebrows. We just went over this the other day. Wasn't there some communication with him hours before the murders? And he said it's a party house. Just tell them that. Did anybody see that before? I know I've read it somewhere. I'm going to have to find it. Yes. Okay. I'm glad you guys are paying attention. How did she know the murders were going to happen then? If she talked to Quinn hours before? How did she know that? Was she warned too? Like the other girl that we listened to her testimony and her statement yesterday that she just had a bad feeling, or what was the word she used? Let me just see what the word she used. God, I'm having a brain fart. What did she say? She said, I got a weird feeling. That's what she said. Didn't Quinn keep calling Ethan? Ah, I don't know if it was, no, that was the other guy. Let me grab Broken Plea. I just remembered something about that. Hold on one second. You know what? I don't think Quinn in the book. I don't think he mentioned Quinn in the book, did he? Where did I see that besides Aaron's transcript? Where did I see this? Hold on a second. I'm thinking about she was studying pre-physical therapy. She had been residing at the residence since August. Her friend Bethany and she moved into the residence. Maddie and Xana were already there. She described Xana as being a year older than herself. She had Emily, Alont, and Josie were friends, but they were not residents in the house. Dylan explained Emily introduced her to Xana last year. Both Alont and Josie resided in the Whites. And where is it? Did he, you know what? Let me go on my ebook. Let me get my ebook reader because I've got the book and I can search easily. Let me grab it. Come on. Phone logs? Maybe it is in the phone logs. And we didn't suspect this truck passed at 1122 on the footage. Well, that was like at 3, right? There was 3, but I always thought it was, sorry, we couldn't load the book. Dang it. Hold on one second. Let me get this to load. I might have to refresh. Come on. Let me see. Reader ebook. Okay, so I remember, hold on. Please return to the page you started reading. Well, give me my book. I paid for the book. Give me my book. All right. All right. So I remember seeing that she had a conversation with Quinn before the murders and basically had said that it's a party house. Hold on a minute. Yeah, I mean, it just hit me. Do you guys hold on? Let me just see something else because I want to look at the times. I remember seeing that. Hold on, I'm going to grab it. And here is okay, so here's the redaction of the bushy eyebrows. In between this document that was filed. It's 59 pages. I'm going to put this one up on Justice for All. Okay. There's something else I want to look at too. I remember, let me see if I can search by Quinn. Nothing pops up. Hold on, Dylan. From what I remember, nothing at all. That's Blaker. 422, 423, 423. It's better than being alone. It was earlier in the night. It was earlier in the night. If anybody has a link to that document, I don't know why I cannot find it. And then it goes into the bushy eyebrows and part of Aaron's redacted testimony or conversation transcribed. This is where she's talking to Aaron. It was something about her feeling guilty waiting to call L.E. He said it's a party house now. How could you know? Yeah, that's kind of odd. If she talked to him before it happened, then according to her timeline, it was all at 4:00. So did Kaylee and Maddie go back home? Or did they go to John's alley? Yesterday in Aiden McKenty interview, she said they left the grub truck and they went to go eat. Hold on a minute. And then Dylan says they got home like 2:30. How could that be? Was it just a dream? Wait a minute. We know that the Uber driver wasn't Eric Gower. She admitted they found out that it wasn't him. So when did Maddie and Kaylee get home? He called a Sobro. I don't remember who they were. Let me go back over this real quick. Because she says, I guess we know that now. I believe it was Ethan's twin, Hunter Chapin, that was his apartment, and we were upstairs in one of the rooms. I was with Bethany, Ethan, and Xana, and a few other people were hanging around and coming in and out. I hung out with them for a little bit, and I kept going in and out of the lodge party because it was just like super great. It wasn't super great. And at one point, I think I don't remember exactly who it was, either one of Claire or Jenna, but we're at this girl named Allie Benson, and this is her house. What did she levitate or float? It was her friend Kennedy that was there and lived there. I was texting Jenna and Claire, and I was like, I'm not really feeling this lodge party. I might come over to your guys' place or where they're at. And from my house, it's just right down the street a little bit. It's not a 5-minute walk from my house. So I was at Sigma Chi ready to go. Bethany didn't want to leave yet. So I was like, okay, I'm just going to go. I went to this place with Gideon, Claire's little. So that was Gideon Amer. They're big little stuff for a sorority. Okay. The fraternity is a really sweet guy. I walked with him all the way to Kennedy and Allie Benson's house. I had a few drinks and then I was at the White's apartment. And then I probably had 3 or 4 at Sigma Chi. She's all over the place. Then when I got to Kennedy or Allie Benson's house, I probably had another 2 of those seltzers, but I don't fully remember. It's all blurry. My friend Lake had a Borg. We went over this the other day. So she got home. She goes upstairs. She lets Murphy out. They make popcorn. It had to have been around 2:00. They stopped drinking. And all this didn't start until 4. They had gotten back from the bar. They had just gotten back from the bar. At first, I thought they got an Uber, but I guess now it's been proven they didn't get an Uber. I don't know who they got a ride from. They had gone to Grub Truck. Now, I'm just going to throw this out there. Floating explains no footprints, right? I'm just saying. I'm just going to throw this out there. Does the crime scene with Maddie and Kaylee look like they were unalived, murdered in that room? Drop a 1 for yes. Drop a 2 for no. I'm just going to open this up for a minute. Drop a 1 for yes. Drop a 2 for no. And I'm going to run over to Justice for All real quick. And I am going to grab this document. And we're going to take a look at something because I just thought of this. Justice for All. Okay, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Absolutely not. Okay, so I'm going to go grab the expert reports. It's like 1,045 pages. And we're going to go look. We're going to go look at Dr. Ruth Ballard. And hold on, I think I have to take that out. This is getting kind of weird, guys. Okay, so Dr. Ballard, I'm going to bring up her testimony. She did all the STR, all the genetic, and I'm going to look at the whole freaking list of everything that she checked. All right. Evidence collecting. Okay, so I've got a majority of people that say 2, that probably not in that room with Maddie. And I would probably agree with you. So if they never went home, where did the 2 go? Yeah, there's no stab markings on any of the comforters, and Ethan's naked, and there are no stab wounds that I've seen in any of the comforters. It totally different. Okay, 2 different events. I'm still going with 2 or possibly 3 different events. So Dr. Ballard testifies, and this was given to the court because this is what she was going to come into court and say. Testifies, and she looks at Maddie's bedroom where she and Kaylee were located. She talks about the sheath in detail. And on 1.1, 1 swab was taken by the crime lab, just 1. And it was collected from the front strap snap closure area. And that's equivalent to 1,400 human cells. And it was recovered as a single source male profile. It was developed from the swab, and it matched the profile of Mr. Koberger. The DNA is 5.37 octillion times more likely if Mr. Koberger is the source than any unknown person is the source. 1.2 were from the edges of the handled portion, avoiding red-brown stains. Trace DNA and a partial DNA profile list at least 3 contributors, including at least 1 male was recovered from the swab. Due to the lower levels and limited data in the profile, no comparisons could be made. So exactly 1.2 is another male, but never found out who it was. 1.3 was 1 swab taken at the crime lab on the edges of the blade of the portion of the sheath. Trace DNA and partial DNA profile with at least 2 contributors being at least 1 male was recovered from the swab. Due to low level, obviously, there was no way they could identify. 1.4, 2 swabs taken. So they consumed 2 swabs. So this is 5 different DNA swabs performed on this knife sheath. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 more swabs, 2 more swabs. And the major profile matched Kaylee's and Mogan was a minor. Mr. Kohlberger was excluded, so there is still one male. And 1.5, the inside surface of the blade portion of the sheath. Trace DNA and partial DNA, at least 2 contributors, was recovered from the swab. No comparisons could be made, but who was that? So there's 2 more DNA. Trace DNA and partial DNA. Now, if it was Kohlberger, they would have said it matched Kohlberger. If it was, they would have been screaming from the rooftops. Not just one portion of this thing was his DNA, and we kind of know how they got it. Now, she goes on to say, and I'm going to make this a little larger for you guys to see it. She goes on to say, item lab 4. 1 swab with red-brown staining and debris taken from the bedroom floor. And lab item 4, let me go to the forensics document so we can see what lab item 4 was. Okay, document. That was Halloween night. Excuse me. All right, let's see what item 4 was. Item 4 was swab debris from the 3rd floor bedroom. Okay, so it doesn't really specify. It was a positive screening for blood. That had to have been on Maddie's floor. Let me see if I could see it in the crime scene photos. Yeah, I think we've all seen this one. Pretty much to agree. I don't need to pull up the document. That was the blood right at the end of Maddie's bed. And there was blood. It tested positive for blood. This is weird. This is weird, guys. The swab tested positive in a screening test for blood, but no human DNA detected. What? I hope you guys are listening to this. What? The swab tested positive in a screening test for blood, but no human DNA was detected. Well, what was it? A squirrel? Pig? Deer? What the frick? It says no human blood was detected. Could it be an animal? Have we been hoodwinked? No human DNA was detected. It was blood. If it was Maddie or Kaylee's, it would show up. A coyote? A canine? Vampire? I mean, you guys know I'm joking, but still. And this is why we're going over this in full detail. I want everybody to get the bigger picture here. Okay? Yeah. Coyote, canine? Was it the dog? That's weird. That's freaking weird. All right. Lab item 70s. So the blood on Maddie's floor was not detected for human DNA. How could you have blood? Hold on a minute. I'm going to do a deep dive. Grok, I need you. Grok to the rescue. I'm going to ask him a question. What could this mean? What does this mean? This is freaking wild. So you're telling me on the floor is not human blood. I wonder if they have the actual results from this. What in the frickety frick? Let's see what Grok says. Maybe there wasn't enough DNA? Think about it. How else? Okay, let's break this down. No recoverable human DNA, so the stain could not be confirmed as human or linked to any person. Red-brown staining and debris could have been dried blood or mixed with another material on the bedroom floor as part of standard documentation. Positive screening for blood could be any type of blood, obviously. It could be even metals, plant materials, some animal bloods. A positive result only means blood is possible. It doesn't mean that it's definitely blood. No human DNA detected. After a screening result, the lab typically attempts DNA extraction and quantification, and often confirmatory test for human blood, such as immunological test targeting human hemoglobin. No DNA means it was degraded, inhibited by contaminants in the debris, or present the lab's detection didn't meet a threshold. The material is not human blood, i.e. human animal blood, non-blood substance that triggered a screen, or old degraded residue. Holy shit. Were these bodies clean? Were these bodies cleaned? Because it does say that it could be chemical oxidants or some animal bloods. Reenactments? Let's pretend there was a canine burst into the house and was stabbed by mistake. Hence, it's blood on the floor. Maybe like that guy that was on the floor? Oh, shit. Could the guy have stabbed the dog? Let me think about this one. Let's think about it logically with everything that we know. A result is inconclusive or negative for human blood DNA linkage. It does not prove the presence of human blood from a specific person, nor does it rule out blood entirely. It was tiny mixed with inhibitors, chemicals, or in case context, it's often reported neutral, screening positive but DNA negative, no profile obtained. Wow, that's what it says. It needs further lab full reports, but they didn't give us any. Wow. Dried blood, possibly. Wow. Okay, there's a bombshell for you right there. Lab item 77. One swab taken from the edge of the door. This swab tested positive in a screening for blood. The equivalent to 55 human cells worth of DNA was recovered. The single source female was Kaylee. All right, that makes sense. That was the door swab. Item 126, the stain on the edge of bedroom door marker X is about 6 inches below lab item 77. It was said it was swabbed and it contained 3792 human cells worth of DNA that was recovered. The mixed DNA profile of at least 2 contributors, both Kaylee and Maddie. So they were outside the bedrooms. We know that for a fact. They were not sleeping. They were not sleeping. Lab item 20, 5 hairs collected from the comforter. All were dissimilar to the reference hair of Koberger. No other comparisons were made. Okay, so that's another thing he should have put on his PCR, in my opinion. 5 hairs collected from a comforter. They were not Koberger's. Freedom Friday, guys. Okay, hold on. All right. So, West bedroom shared by Kernoodle and Chapin. Item 3, one swab from dark red brown stain on the floor that tested positive in a screening test for blood. How long does it take for blood to dry? How long? I'm just curious. And all these articles saying that these people would never survive if 911 was called is just outrageous. In cooler conditions, it could take over 120 minutes. So that's over an hour and a half. Humidity is a factor, airflow, volume, surface, anticoagulants, and temperature are all a major factor. If the temperature is right, 68 degrees is about 60 minutes. 75 degrees is about 30 minutes. 59 degrees takes over 120 minutes. But if it was 28 and the door was open, what if the temp, let me ask, if the temp is 28 and a door is open, and no, front door and back door, how long would it take to dry? Depends on the quantity. A puddle would take a while. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm just wondering. Let's see what it says. If the temp's 28 and the front and the back door is open, how long would it take to dry? Under proper conditions, if it's 28, oh, it's converting. Hold on. Fahrenheit. I would probably say inside the house. Let's just say 30. It says for a typical murder scene, it would take 6+ hours to become sustainably dry or wipe resistant. Wow. How would they have known that? Cold air holds less moisture, further reduce drying speed. What the heck? A fireball. What a fireball. Holy moly. It says 3 to 6 estimated drying time. I'll show you right here. Believe me, I'm doing a live dig while we're here. So if you guys want to see it, I'll pop it up on the screen. It says 3 to 6+ hours. What were they waiting for? And nothing outside of the rooms. And it was staged. Were they killed in this house? That's the big question of the day. Were all 4 killed in this house? Maybe Xana and Ethan. Maybe they were finished there. I don't know. This is all speculation. And this is what it says. 3 to 6 hours or longer. Oh. The doors. The guy yesterday interviewed that we watched, he said the doors was open. But if it freezes or forms a crust, is that what diluted would be? Is that possible that it was actually diluted? If it formed a crust? Pro tip, don't eat during a true crime live dig. Caleb, I hope you're okay. I just took a drink of my shake. Did you spit it out? Don't eat popcorn and chips. Wow, that is wild. Okay, so as we're looking through this report, wow, this is crazy. All right, let's go back to this report. And then it says they screened the swab from a dark red brown stain on the floor and it tested positive for blood. And then there were 11,000 human cells and it matched kernodle. Okay. Hair found in the bedroom. Totally not Koberger's. There's another one. Item 21. Where was this hair found? Let me go to the forensic documents and find item 21. Item 21 was, let me see, a blood swab from the stairwell, above the stairwell, submitted above the stairwell. That's all it says. And that concluded, well, no, 21, 22, and 24. Hold on a minute. This is where it gets funky. They relabeled these. 22. Let me see if it pulls it up. 21, 22, and 24. Item 22. I opened up the package for 1.1. They renamed it 22. See, this is where it doesn't match. So there's more hair than we even know. There was hair found near the bedroom. Another one found near the bedroom. Another one found near the doorknob, just above the doorknob. Exterior doorknob. Exterior doorknob. And they weren't Koberger's at all. Wow. Wow. What the heck? So there was more hair. He didn't even put that in his PCR. There's more hair above the exterior doorknob. Hair found near the bedroom. Jeez. Let me go to the FBI lab. Go to Justice for All again. And let me look at the hair debris. Item 22. That was found northwest bedroom on second floor. 21 was northwest bedroom on second floor, and the debris from a half wall on the floor, and the debris from the door northwest on the second floor. So all these items, all this hair, they call it debris, but the expert over here, in her opinion, she calls it hair. So why would they need to say debris if it was freaking hair? If it's hair, just say hair. And whose hair was this? Musical hairs. Hello, Real Eyes Analyze. Good to see you here. You know they will say Brian was wearing gloves. Yeah, and a whole condom bodysuit. Is that what they're going to say? He suited up in a plastic bodysuit, maybe? Oh my gosh, or a latex bodysuit? Is that what they're saying? He wasn't even in the house. So that's another thing to make me think, did it happen in this house? Probably not. The bodies were staged to make it look like it happened in the house, folks. Let's wake the freak up. And let's get to the bottom of this. Where were these four murdered? Where were they murdered? Surely it wasn't in Maddie Mogan's bedroom. It couldn't be. Why would they go and get the DNA from the guy at John's Alley? Why would they do this? Something is wrong with this picture? All right. Yeah, bullshit. Give me a break. They said debris to cover instead of hair to cover their asses. That's good. I'm going to have to star that one and enter you into the drawing, Susie. Now, Ruth Ballard goes on to say, I've analyzed all this. Lab item 74 from ISP. Hold on a second. What did I do? FBI item 20. That was the debris. What did the FBI say it was? FBI lab report 20 said it was a comforter from 1122 King Road. So I don't know if you can see that, but that was the FBI report. Now, going back to the ISP report, see how she goes and flip-flops and reads them all. Here we go. 74, one swab from the study hall table. It tested positive, and it was Kernoodles. Now, guys, do you think that Xana was killed in her room? If they have blood outside of the room, who are they fooling? Who are they freaking trying to fool? That all these kids were in their room sleeping. This is a bunch of bull honky. Wow. Item 74. Let me see where it was taken from before I go off on a tangent. We've heard this one before. Where was 74 per ISP? Where was item 74? I probably should have looked at it before I went on a tangent. Wasn't that the table? A study table. If it was a desk in her room, submitted swab from the second floor table. Now, it doesn't say where, but they also swabbed it from the second floor outside of bedroom 75. Okay, those are those two. Let's go back to the document and see what she says. Again, it was Xana's outside of the bedroom, exterior door. Lab item 78, Xana. What was lab item 78? Don't know. We're going to go over there and take a peek. Lab item 78. Let me see if I can enlarge this so you guys can see it better. 78 was the stain from the floor near west bedroom. And Dr. Ruth Ballard says that that stain matched Xana's. Low amount of human cells, but they still matched Xana's. Lab item 125, swabs of stains. The trash can. I did a whole video on this. That was Xana's. I think we've seen that picture over and over again. I did a video on TikTok, and now we had the answer because everyone kept saying, whose bloody hands were on the trash can? Oh, everybody got upset about this one. I remember this video. Finally, here we have items documented. Yeah, this is the one people got upset over. Finally, we are starting to get some answers in the Idaho v. Koberger case. Now, there has been a slew of documents released with unredacted pictures. And the question that I had all this time is whose red stuff was on the trash can in Xana's bedroom, and also whose red stuff was on Xana's chair. Well, we finally got some of those answers today, and we're going to get a lot more answers as we go through all of these documents that were dropped. But I wanted to share this with you because I'm going to go over these documents in full detail tomorrow on the YT at 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And this is just some highlights from today. And if you've not seen my latest video on the YT live, it is absolutely bizarre in regards to the double dipping that allegedly happened in the Idaho 4 case.
Kevin Fixler with the Statesman is still trying to get that information on the financials of who got paid what. $8 million. Who got that money? Stay tuned. I want to know too.
Yeah, I definitely want to know who got that money and what for. All right. So the swab on the trash can was Xana's. The swab on the chair was Xana's. Now, to me, that picture looked like she tried to grab the chair with her hand, grab the trash can with her hand. And it's kind of sad when people say, oh, the assailant sat down on her chair or somebody was sitting there in the early days. Crazy. All right, so let's look at lab item 23. One red-brown swab from above the stairwell. 23. Let's go look for 23. Let's see if I've got that. 23. 23. Obtained. It's a DNA mixture. Indicates a DNA with a major profile, assuming a two-person mixture, but it is not Brian Koberger. He was excluded. So let's go back and see what she says about 23. The swab tested positive in a screening for blood. It was two contributors. Assuming exactly two contributors, the contributors were Kaylee and Maddie. And that was Kaylee and Maddie from the stairwell. So tell me, how did Kaylee and Maddie's blood get on the stairwell if they were murdered in the bedroom? I can't. Some days I'm just like, what the frick? How did they get their blood on the stairway if they were killed in their rooms? Unless they were injured and taken upstairs. That's the only way I could figure that one out. What are your thoughts on this, guys? Yeah, I don't ever want to go back to Idaho again, guys. Ever. I mean, it's the Twilight Zone. So ISPFS Lab 72, it was positive for blood. So let's see what lab item 72 was. So lab item 72, this is what it says. And let's see what it says. Come on, it's searching. That is another swab from the north wall of stairwell. There's that one. So let's go back and see what Ruth Ballard said about this one. It was a DNA mixture profile of at least two people. It was Kaylee and Maddie. Yet again, outside in a different location. All right. And now we come to item 66. A blue Keystone Light beer can. The mouth area was swabbed, but it was never analyzed for DNA. I don't know about you, but I know that girls typically don't drink blue Keystone Light beer. And why did they never test it? I guess that's an answer only Moscow Police Department and the ISP can answer. Wow. They took the lifts. from the beer cans. They took the swabs, never analyzed it, and freaking redacted it. Yes, they took the prints. Here it is. 66. Yes, they redacted the whole thing. You don't think they tested this, guys? Come on. Come on. They had to have tested it. This was report 23. They said item 66, they took 6 fingerprint lifts. Why does this keep going? 6 fingerprint lifts. You can't make this up. Tina Wathall took all the lifts. She took all the prints. And they're preserved. Let's see what those are. Maybe they'll tell us what they are. But they'll never release that. I mean, come on. This was on the 22nd of December. Keystone Light. Why did they wait until December 22nd to do this? Keystone Light. Yuck. And this was 68. Let's see if that's next on our list. No, they totally ignored item 68. Oh, no, here it is. That was the vanity in the bedroom. All right, Bethany. Bethany can tell us whose beer cans those were. Right? 68, beer can 1 and 2, swab collected but never tested. How convenient. How convenient. We've seen those crime scene pictures, guys. 30. 1 swab stain, bottom of the handrail attached to the north wall. It was 3 people. And unknown male B. Well, it wasn't Koberger because he was A. 68 cans of beer on the wall. They did a really good job of doing what they needed to do. Jack, I literally had to take a break because I came traumatized by my research. Yeah, a little bit of Twin Peaks sprinkled in with the Twilight Zone. I'll put you in the drawing, Sarah Jane. Me too. I found it. If it doesn't work, I set my alarm. I never ignore it. Whoa. Wow. Ruth Ballard is the...
You are the greatest of all time. The drum.
All right. Ruth Ballard is the GOAT for us today. So ISPFS Lab, 1 dark red stain submitted from the upper banister. Now, they say it was matching Maddie on the banister, 24. So let's go over and find lab item 24. All the digital evidence is in the files. I'm going by the early files that were released and the unredacted benchmarked against Ruth Ballard's expertise. So item 24, let's see if it'll pull up. It just says submitted, and it was presumptive for blood. And then it says, obviously, you know, the report will follow. And it did, because she gave us the results. And it says that it was indeed Maddie's. So now we know that either perhaps the killer brushed against the wall, brushed against all these, or this was taking place outside of the bedrooms and led to the bedrooms. I don't know. I don't know. Or it probably didn't even happen here. So then it says 1 hair, FBI 23 dismissed. It's not Koberger's. dissimilar. So let's go to the FBI lab 23 and see what it is. Debris from the half wall leading to the northwest bedroom on the second floor. It was not Koberger's. Check. He could have added all those to his PCR. I'm sure they'll do an addendum amendment and we'll get to see more. Lab 31, swab of the stain half wall. It says it was Ethan's. And it was 2 contributors, assuming 2 people. Well, which 2 people? Because if it was Xana's, they would have said it was Xana and Ethan's. So obviously they know maybe perhaps who the other one is, but they're not wanting to name them. Just like the beer cans. And then 1 swab of the stain near the top of the half wall submitted to the crime lab, but never tested. Well, why was it never tested? And remember, Unmail C matched Jack DeCour's home. I've showed you that a long time ago. Mail C. I did a whole video about it. C. Unknown male C. Let's see. Unknown male C. In fact, boy, I got so much hate for that because nobody else had looked. Nobody else, and I'm getting my content from these documents, from video cam, from body cams. I can't believe that people say I just watch other people and regurgitate. No, baby, it's the other way around because I've put a lot of freaking time into this case. Why? Because I believe in justice for all. I don't believe it in just for people who are, they should get their due process. Even if they're guilty, they should get their day in court. Everybody is entitled to a defense. Now, if you're guilty, you're going to spend some time in jail, folks. If you do something wrong, you're going to get the book thrown at you. And I just believe that whatever you do, it's going to reap back. You're going to sow it all back. It's coming out. Now, let me just take a peek at this. There was something that piqued my interest. And hold on a minute. Where is it? Where did you go? Oh, well, it must have not been that important. All right, so let's continue on with this document. We're almost done. I hope that this is helping you understand. They didn't even test half of these. And why did they not test it? Did they test it and then had to hide it, allegedly, or did they test it and they didn't want the results to be out in the public? Which one do you think it is? I don't know, but them dealt. Isn't Jack Showalter a dealt and Connor Chestnut a dealt? Yeah. My money on them. All right. So 73, we already talked about it. That was Kaylee and Maddie. And then hair. FBI said it wasn't Koberger's. More hair. Hair from a security tag from Dryer. Not Koberger. Not Koberger. All right. 67, Janisport gum. I can't make this up. We've seen this. Item 67. Why did they never test it? Why did they never test it? Who told them not to test it? This was the backpack in the living room, guys. This was the backpack in the living room. And the only guy that I've seen talk about a backpack in their ISP document was Jack Showalter. Phoenix, we must win this battle in order to set precedent. Just because you got people in your back pocket doesn't mean you can't avoid justice, in my humble opinion. And there were those 2 other beer cans that obviously had more Keystone Light in them and the backpack. If you look at the backpack, let me just bring this up. How about we look at those pictures real quick? If we bring up the backpack. Hold on. If we bring up the backpack, let's just take a little peek at what was inside the backpack. I think we've talked about this before. There's perhaps Keystone Light in that backpack. Something happened outside of this room, definitely. Here's the one picture that I have of the backpack with a slew of other pictures. There's another backpack in the backyard. And I remember he talked about, let me just grab that ISP document too while we're at it. We might as well just give you the whole deal because that's what you want, right? You want to see all the proof? Well, we'll show you all the proof. We'll show you all the receipts. Let me just grab this ISP document and let's just grab the backpack. All right. Here's the narrative. On the 13th of November, the day after, a black JanSport backpack located in the living room floor along the north wall. Remember, the north wall has all this blood all over it too. And an empty Keystone Light can on the stairway. And all the other ones on the vanity in room 1. Okay? They went back to go collect it for further processing. There's the one on the stairway. There's number 1. There's the backpack that does look like it was moved. There's the backpack 2. There's the cans on the vanity. More cans on the vanity. Looks like somebody was either chewing snuff or something out of that can, in my humble opinion. There's the 3rd one. There's the 4th one. And let's just see. I don't know why this got put in there, but this was there Keystone Light inside this like they swapped? Yeah, there it is. Keystone Light. Hey, you bring some over, I'll share some out of my closet and I'll grab some of yours. So if you come to hang out with me, you can have alcohol here. Okay, sounds good to me. All right, so that was the backpack. And there was a statement. There was a statement about the backpack. The temperature of the place dropped 42 degrees. And this is when the owner was complaining because it was going to mold and they needed to remediate it. And Captain Lanier got on the phone with the homeowner and said, look, this is what we can do. They placed heaters in the bathrooms and the kitchen on the main floor. And they opened the cabinets and, you know, obviously, so the pipes wouldn't freeze. And there was a little tiny mention of the backpack. Chief Fry and I also packed belongings in Mogan's room that did not appear to have any chemical or biological contamination. We gathered her cowboy boots, wall art, personal notes, pictures, and a mirror. And I want to say that there was another backpack. This is when they loaded the U-Haul truck on the 7th, December the 7th, which is weird. So weird. Let me see who else had a backpack. I found a backpack in the desk drawer. I photographed it along with Kernoodle's Arizona driver's license, U of I, Chick-fil-A gift card, and Amazon gift cards and placed them in a box with her belongings. There was, oh, I know where it was. It was in Moscow. It was in Moscow, MPD. Hold on a minute. Let me grab MPD. There was a report. There was a report that somebody said something about their backpack. Hold on. A black backpack in the backyard. Gunderson Security. This was on 11/13, sequence number 1. There was a discarded black backpack in the backyard. I photographed these and put them in there with the case. And this was a follow-up. Who is SB, guys? Who is SB? I have been trying to figure this out since these reports came out. SB. They were asked to conduct a follow-up on SB. I was told B was contacted on the 17th by ISP. I've never seen any ISP document with this similar statement. I was asked to watch a video from 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock to see B's movement during the homicide. He left his dorm room at midnight. He was wearing a black long sleeve shirt and black sweats. At 12:53 hours, B returned. At 15:03 hours, B left again wearing a black beanie, black gloves, and a white jacket. Then he returned to the dorm without a beanie, gloves, and jacket, but then left again with a backpack. B was gone until 12:25 hours the next day. Obviously, he returned to his dorm. I reported the information to ISP. Who is SB? And this was written by Aaron Morris. Aaron Morris knows who SB is. This is sequence 25. And this is one thing that I have not been able to find at all since the beginning of this case. Is somebody named a nickname? Do they use their middle name? Does everybody know them as their middle name? Interesting. Yeah. Note this one. I'll get back to this one. But I think there was another reference to a backpack. I also saw a black backpack on the floor just east of the top of the stairs. That was the narrative. That was all the fingerprints, the can, laptops. That was getting the backpack, stayed in his possession. F mentioned, this was the neighbor said he had a black backpack. And I think that was it. That's the only time it's mentioned a backpack. Yeah, that is suspicious because I still wonder why they didn't even test it. Because in the ISP lab on 67, it said that there would be another report to follow. They said it would be another report to follow, and I'm going to show you. This was the biology analysis. They were tested negative for blood. There were no stains consistent with blood anywhere observed. They were swabbed for DNA collection. Don't you think they would want to know who was hanging out at a party where 4 people were murdered? Don't you think? They were examined for purpose of DNA sampling analysis. Well, didn't they get Jack Showalter's and Chestnut's and everybody else's? And she did fingerprint latent processing. I don't even remember if, let me look at the witness list, the state's, let me look at the state's exhibits. Of course, they're not going to bring that in there. Of course, because honestly, they're not there to show the defendant innocent. They're there to show him guilty. Let me just see what that was. State's exhibits. State's exhibits. Boy, they were going to have a showdown. Redacted States Exhibits Amended 1. Let me just see. And they were going to go in there with not doing their homework. Remember the guy that I showed you yesterday? Why the prosecution doesn't care if you're innocent. Once they charge you, you're stuck. Unless you have some overwhelming evidence. Over-freaking-whelming. Let me take a look at this one. Nope, it doesn't show it on this. It's redacted. Dang it. That one is redacted. Somebody needs to go back to the lab and ask for the document. I'll do a FOIA request and see if they have anything. They probably won't give us anything because the biology notes said that the swab was done. There's a buccal swab of the Keystone light beer, and the can has 2 dents. I used a bright light to examine. Observed several small light red, purple, and blue stains on one side, but it tested negative and left it in the custody of field forensic scientist Wathel. Blood was negative. Maybe there wasn't enough. And they even got the gum, which should have lots of DNA on it, from the backpack. It was labeled Big Student. Black JanSport backpack. Tag on it was labeled JS. JS00TDN7, Big Student. Logo patch on front and left shoulder strap. 5 pocket, 2 pockets have zippers each, and 3 pockets have 1 zipper each. Maybe this is just the part number of the actual backpack. Janus Sport 00TD. I don't think it's any relation to who we think it might be. I think that is just a part number. All right. And fibers, hairs all over. Is this the one that had the white stains? Yeah. Observed white residue stains at the bottom of the main pocket. I wonder what else he was carrying with beer in there. What other beer? Green did not own that house. He did previously. At the time this happened, yeah. At the time this happened, he didn't own the house. It was signed over. Okay, so let's look at this. I used IR light to examine the outside. It had gray and black stains from the front and a black panel. No visible white stains outside. There were light gray under infrared. I tested 11 stains, 6 on the front, all negative for blood. Stains were white, and visible white stains are fluorescent. What would be a white stain that was forensic? White, let me ask Grok. What would a white stain forensic in a lab? I wonder what was white. Oh. What was white? Maybe more body fluid? Semen, saliva, urine, vaginal fluids, detergents, fabrics, or residue. Let me see how. Let me just take a peek at this. Lulu Bell, how did you know? Grok gave me. Oh, that's funny. Oh my gosh. I said, "Are you sure?" And it says, "Yes." I can't make this one up. Let me show you guys. Grok, you rock. I asked it, "Are you sure?" And it says, "Yes." And it tells me why. We're going to review it. Hold on, let me get it up here on the screen. Well, that would be the Delt connection, perhaps, right? Speculation, of course. And that would be why there is perhaps a different case number for Connor Chestnut and Jack Showalter. Alleged. Now, it says pure or high purity can fluorescence under ultraviolet light and particularly short wave. Some forensic light services. It was in the backpack. It was in a backpack, guys. Who was the guy that said he needed to return the backpack? Who was the guy? All right. If it dripped from someone else's nose, Philly girl. I'm telling you, you win the comment of the day.
You are the greatest of all time.
Mm. Hey, they all carry around beer in a backpack, you know? Why not? Oh, Skippy, your banner. You guys. Oh, it says there are some limitations. It's not specific to cocaine, many other white powders, cutting agents, household substances. Was this a deal gone bad? Was this a deal gone bad? Was this a party that was interrupted? Cocaine UV torches, a bright fluorescence. Independent checks have shown they often fail on typical street samples because the purity is usually well below the level needed for strong fluorescence. But remember, they were in the lab. They were in the lab every day. And maybe that's why LDS kept flagging my videos every time I talked about Showalter. Larry David Showalter allegedly is LDS. Every time they strike one of my videos, they have to put their name and that person just says LDS. Interesting. All right. So it's called having a sense of humor. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I don't know what the hell's going on in my chat. I know Caleb knows. Dina knows. Let me just bring this back up because I want to see if there's any reference to Quinn. Now, Quinn was in Boise. And let me just say, oh, man. I don't know how. I forgot my password to get into here, but now it's saying it's weak. Let me see what I can do. All right, let me see if I could use this one. All right, let's see. Yes, yes, yes. That's my password. Sign in. Okay, where are my books? Broken Plea, Read Online. All right, here we go. I don't think Chris Whitcomb ever mentioned Quinn in the book. We're preparing. I'm a fun guy. Light up the room, and I got an amazing. Yeah, Jack, the skipper, you are more welcome to stay here. Lulu jumped on Jack. Why, Lulu? Come on, white powder at the bottom of a backpack, straps in a zipper. What else? Nose candy. You guys, come on. It possibly could be. It definitely could be. We know that the adults were dealing per the investigators questioning. I mean, it wouldn't be that too difficult to put that together, right? So let's see if I can find Quinn. I don't think I remember Quinn in this book. Oh, wait. Yes. Yes. Okay, hold on. He did mention him in the book. Yeah, let's be nice. No trolling. It's going to be a shocking live. We've got 6 hours here, so be patient, folks. Be patient. I don't want you to shock each other. Everybody here is appreciated. Everybody is. We all have different ideas. We all see something that others don't see, and that's what makes this stream and this chat very unique. You all bring something different to the table. Everybody has a difference of opinion. So let's see. I want to see if I can find this again. I think he did mention him a couple of times in the book. Here we go. Mortensen was dating. Let me share this on the screen. And how do I do that? Here it is. I have to do it in a different way. Share screen, window, book. Okay, here we go. All right, bingo. Let's let it load. And I'm going to go and grab that because it says there's page 189. Let me grab my regular book too. 89. Dylan said she did not believe the slider door was locked that night. That's not what I'm looking for. I am looking for this. Got it. Okay, let me see if I can do this. Window. Hey, Cats Girl, you freaking rock. Okay, here we go. Here it is. Let me see if I can make this a little larger. So this is under Rage Kill, Lurid Dreams, and Detective Gooch. You rock, K-Cats Girl. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. So it said that I just saw it here. I did a search find. Let me zoom in. Search. All right, chapter 7. This is he mentions him under 7, which is chapter Rage Kill, Lurid Dreams, and Detective Gooch. McComas said Mortensen was dating a male named Quinn who lived in Boise, and though he had dated for a couple of years, and thought she dated for a couple of years, she had not met Quinn and did not believe he had visited Moscow. Mortensen would usually visit Quinn during school breaks. The only complaint Mortensen had about Quinn was how much he played video games. McComas did not believe Mortensen had a relationship with any other male during this time. That was the only mentions of Quinn. Let me see in this one. That was it. That's all he mentioned of Quinn. So odd. All right, well, there you have it. We settled that one. Okay, so here's the deal. We're going to take about a little break, get everybody to walk around, grab your drinks, grab your snacks, grab your good behavior, and we'll come back, and I'm going to start it with a video that I've been wanting to share. Oh, gosh. Here we go.
Feel the pulse, a quiet hum, a steady rhythm like a distant drum. In the darkness, waiting for the sun, a brand new day is yet to come. Build the walls to keep us down, whisper lies all over town, but every seed that hits the ground will break the silence with its sound. I hold this truth inside my hand, and on this solid rock I'll stand. Can you feel the justice rising? Got a new horizon in my soul. Yeah, I got faith, it's multiplying, and it's taking back all the control. This vibration's gonna shake the nation. Let them talk their empty words. My spirit flies on with the birds. Their tangled webs are so absurd. My simple truth will be heard. No, I won't bow, I won't break down. I'm here to claim my righteous crown. Oh, can you feel the justice rising? Justice rising. Got a new horizon in my soul. Yeah, I got faith, it's multiplying. It's multiplying. It's taking back all the control. This vibration's gonna shake the nation. Justice rising, calling my name. Feel the vibration, feel it deep inside. A new creation, yeah, yeah.
All right, folks. So we are back, and I don't know if you're aware of it. I'm sure you are. There is a new documentary that came out last night on the ID channel, and I have not watched it yet, but I've been watching the previews by the ID channel. Has anybody seen it yet? Drop a 1. I'm curious. Tell me what your thoughts are if you've seen it. And, you know, for research, I make sure that I watch as much as I can and understand where people are coming from. Take a pee break. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we're all adults. We can talk it out, right? All I ask is that you don't lie about me, don't slander, don't defame me, and we'll be okay. So this came out, and Realize, Analyze, you saw it. Do you want to come up and talk about it real quick? I would love for you to come up. And Kathy, if you're in the house, you can definitely pop up here too. I wanted to do a quick collab with one of the experts in law and an expert in autism. So we'll be having a live pretty soon on that. I told you guys we'd have a live with Kathy to follow up on EWU. We are definitely going to do it. Don't bother. Don't bother. Yeah, we don't need drama. When I have too much drama, my body seizes up and stress just gets to me. So I just kind of ignore them now. They can talk all they want, but don't freaking lie about me. You guys. And they're in here. They're trolling around. Nothing we can do about that. But, you know, all we can do is our own thing. Let me just take a look at this real quick. Okay. Oh my gosh. I think the flu has hit our house. Ugh. Oh. All right. Eeks. All right. Yeah. Okay. Well, let me get you the link because obviously you're going to need that. All right. Here we go. I put the link in the... Now, you're going to be the expert today because I haven't watched it. You're going to be the one. It's another hit piece. Well, I mean, freedom of speech is press, right? The press has a pass, allegedly. And they can say whatever they want in the media without being held accountable. All right, Real Eyes Analyze, how are you today? Can you hear me? Hello.
Now I'm in the show. There I am. Can you hear
Yay!
me?
Welcome to the show.
Thank you. How you doing?
Fantastic. How about you?
Glad to hear it. Hey, it's Friday. It's Friday. So
Yay!
hey. Yeah.
Let's watch this clip real quick that I'm gonna roll, and then
All
I'm
right.
gonna let you talk about this this new documentary. How about that?
All right. Sounds good.
Okay, so let me just pop this up here and let me see if this will work. And I've got to unmute it. Here we go. Wrong one.
And the news came out that Brian Koberger copped. I was fully expecting a really long, really emotional, really brutal trial. So when the news came out that Brian Koberger copped a plea deal, I nearly fell out of my chair. Did not.
Can you imagine how powerful you are to cop a plea deal? Think about that. I never thought about it before like that, but man, he's got some power.
Not on my bingo card for that year. I can't believe that prosecutors were able to get him on to sign a deal and were willing to do it in the first place. I still can't believe that happened. And now he wants out of it. I was fully
All right, let's hear your thoughts, Real Eyes Analyze. Let's do it today.
I'll tell you. I've noticed a trend with all these documentaries. I'll say that. I've seen the one that was the Netflix one also. It's like that they're all sticking to the same thing where they're going back to old information. They're mixing it in. They're making it look like, like what he's trying to paint, that what he is trying to do as being something that he is not entitled to.
Yeah, right.
Everybody's like, oh, how ridiculous. Like, can you believe this? Like, he just copped this. It's not, it literally is to me, seems like these people haven't done a whole lot of research. It's obviously biased. In fact, I've never seen one, to my knowledge, to my memory, that has been fair in the way they've delivered information. And so it's always been on the side of, I should say, how can I say this? It's always been on the side of just him being guilty, and that's that.
Yeah, one-sided. Yeah.
Yeah, so very one-sided, very biased.
I wonder, when you watch this, was there anything new that you caught in this documentary?
Not that I can recall. I'm trying to remember because I've seen a couple. There's nothing really new that stood out to me. What do you talk about in particular? Refresh my memory.
Well, the new one that came out yesterday, the ID College Murders, it's obviously by ID Channel. It's the investigative. What is it? What's the acronym for ID? Investigation Discovery. That's what it is.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. And I haven't watched it yet. I want to watch it as soon as we're done with this. But what I notice, they're always using the worst pictures of him. This is his official arrest jail, Ada County Jail picture. They're always using these awful pictures with obviously the red blood.
Oh, yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah. It's already biased. You know it just by looking at it.
Yeah, it paints him in the worst light ever.
Yeah. I haven't, and I'm going to tell you, I thought that said, I don't know why I thought this was to my mistake. I thought this was the Netflix one, so I have not seen the ID one.
Oh, yeah, yeah. So
So
this
I
one
do
came
want to
out
see
last
this.
night. This one
Yeah,
came out last night. Now, the one before that, the Netflix, I definitely watched. It's a 3-part series. I did a whole live about it, which they didn't put in court information. And I don't know how long ago the Netflix one was made because Olivia looks very different. They
yes,
aren't talking about current documents. And that was just yesterday that this one was released. And that's why I
yeah.
was curious if anybody had seen it.
Oh, I
And
saw it differently, so I apologize. I
oh,
wasn't
no, no,
trying to be
don't worry.
misleading. Yeah.
Yeah, don't worry. I always love talking with you.
Yeah,
And
I love talking with you too.
they seem to be following the same narrative,
It
the
is. It's
same
hard to watch. It's hard to
script.
digest, honestly. Yeah. What gets me is, as I try to give them fair chance to present what they have, and every time I just get really, really annoyed. I find myself now starting to talk to the television because I'm like, I'm just so frustrated. I'm like, my husband's sitting there. He knows all of what I tell him, and he agrees with me. He's not into it like me, but I'm like, no, that's wrong. No, that's not how it is. Like, what are you saying? Because, it's again, they're going on what MSM is, dictating. They're going on old documents like we just spoke. They're going on old information. I mean, documents have been released since. And because of the online sleuthers going through all those documents and paying for those FOIAs and people like you going through them, through that information, and kind of raking it over and looking for those specific details and analyzing, we're able to find some very significant information that opposes the initial narrative.
Mhm.
So this tells me these people that are doing this are one of two things is happening here. Either number one, they're paid to be delivering this in a duplicitous manner,
Mhm.
or number two, they just didn't even bother educating themselves. They just believed, at the surface, they're just kind of here and there, kind of pieced them together from other things they've seen and have done zero additional research.
Well, remember, um, that's the media. They are sitting there in a job position where they are paid to report the news, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
No one ever says that they have to be investigative journalists. Nobody ever says they have to be ethical. They
Mm-hmm.
just report the news. And as an independent researcher like myself, I look at everything and I think, how could due process have been missed? How could they have just automatically assumed he was the guy because the FBI made a mistake, allegedly, right? They gave his
Right.
name as a tip, only a tip. IGD, who did the homework saying that this led to Koberger? Who did the homework? And as we go through, Dr. Ruth Ballard's information and her DNA reporting, how come they didn't include any of that in these documents? Because I predict, I always say I predict, or I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I just tell you 6 months in advance what's probably going to happen. I predict that for the next 6 months, you are going to see a massive shift in the media claiming his innocence because of
Mm-hmm.
all the new documents, all the new information. And I do have a little bit of an inkling and a feeling that is what they're going to be talking about in the media next.
Yeah.
Because who has done their homework?
Exactly. We're the only ones doing the homework.
Nobody wants egg on their face. Think about all those
Yeah.
haters out there that were like, he did this. He's inmate number 164, yada, yada, yada. People calling Brent
He pled
Turkey
guilty.
a turd. Yeah,
Yeah.
he pled guilty. He pled guilty, let it go. Have you
Yeah.
ever heard of the Innocence Project? Have
Yeah.
you ever heard of people convicted of things they didn't do because that was the only way out of this?
Mm-hmm. I even said, I even found actual comments. I don't even forget where I was, but I even forget where I found it, but it was on YouTube, and I found comments of individuals saying, hey, I I had to take a guilty plea, and because they told me this and that, so, and I never did it. I didn't do anything. Like, I actually have actual testimonies, couple that I had put on like one of my community posts like months ago, just to prove that. And I remember going on X, I think, and doing that too. But trying to prove to people like this does happen.
Yes.
And yeah, exactly like you said, there is even bigger than just what I'm showing. There is a thing called the Innocence Project, and there have been people who have been wrongly convicted and imprisoned, and have been released because of that project. So, we have to take that into consideration, and we have to take in consideration what he's saying. He never even had a trial. We just have his guilty plea, and so, according to what we've seen. So far, everything opposes, what could convict him beyond reasonable doubt.
Right.
So I'm not
Well,
convinced.
I think we see a lot of reasonable doubt in these documents.
Beyond, convicting him. In other words, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Did I say that wrong? Yeah, I meant to
No,
say.
no, you said it right. But
Yeah.
there's been over 200 people, I think 257 since April of 2026 that have been released because the DNA and other in the Innocence Project, they had no witnesses or the witness was coerced. 257 people that have been released from that good doing work, people who were innocent. And I think if you are innocent, I've seen good people have to take plea deals because they charge them, even though they didn't do anything. I've seen it with my own two eyes. I don't like it. It puts a damper on somebody's record. And then I've seen courts come back and say, okay, we gave you a plea deal. We charged you with massive major assault, but then they've restored the deal, a plea deal to a misdemeanor, disturbing the peace, and then not giving them any sentence, no probation, and then basically expunging it from the record because they knew they were wrong. So
and look that's horrible. That's horrible.
It is.
You ruin someone's life doing that.
Well, psychologically, you're a good person. You didn't do this, but everybody's got it stacked against you, and you've proved your innocence in court. And with just a jury trial from a judge, you're leaving the hands at a judge, right? I'm not talking about a jury trial of 12 people. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about going in front of a judge only and letting him rule from the bench, and still not saying they made a mistake, but allowing everything to be scrubbed from your, report.
Yeah. But all that they have to go through just to get to that point,
Yeah.
It's horrible. And what does it really serve? Does it serve any really common good? It doesn't. And so, and then the people who are the real perpetrators, real people that are guilty, are out there just living their lives free, and carefree. But this is interesting. There's a movie that's actually a mini series, and I don't know if you've ever seen it, but this was some time ago, and I highly recommend it. It's called The Night Of.
The Night Of.
You've got to see it. You'll binge watch it. Guaranteed.
Okay, The Night Of. Okay, let me see. Hold on. I was looking at the Innocence Project Constitution. So The Night Of, and what channel is it on? What streaming?
HBO was the one. Yeah.
Oh, an 8-part season mini drama.
Yeah.
And The Night Of. Okay.
And it's about a guy who gets wrongly convicted, but you'll see everything that plays a part in that. It's
college student.
Interesting. It gets you thinking, or at least he's not a college student. But you'll see he gets convicted for something. He leaves you thinking though for a while. So I don't want to.
Did he do it or not do it? You're not going to give me any spoilers.
Spoil that. I am not going to spoil that, but I'm going to say that it's amazing. It's such a good. It's such a good. It's so.
Is this it? The Night Of.
Yep, that's the one. Yep.
It
Yep.
kind of reminds me of that one movie with Ed Norton, and you kind of wonder, did he do it or did he not do it? And it
Right.
kind of leaves you hanging, right? Well, it's got an
Mm,
8.4 star out of 10. So
yeah.
I think I'm going to have to binge on this one too.
Yeah, you'll
Um,
love it. You'll love it. I'm telling you, you will. Me and my husband would like, I was like, oh guys, it's coming on. Like we couldn't binge it because we had to watch it in real time at the time. So
oh
we
yeah,
had to like
Italians
wait
do
for
it
them.
better. She's saying,
Yeah.
"Oh, watch that. It was so good."
Yeah,
All
it
right,
was. It really
I'll
was. I don't want
watch
to give
it.
anything away, but you'll see what happens. And it's relative to what we're talking about in a lot of ways. And so it's just it's good. I can't say no more because it'll give it away. But
Okay, I won't ask
yeah.
you anymore, but
Yeah, yeah.
I'm always
I
looking for
can't say
something
anything else
good.
because it'll totally give it away.
Okay.
Um, but it's interesting. That's all I got to say. And you know, uh, but these kind of things are insane. And then when something you were talking about earlier, I just want to touch on it. And we were talking about the parties and stuff like that, and we know that
Mhm.
there was drugs filtering through and drinking filtering through. We know that these are young people who don't really have much they're basically uninhibited. There are many inhibitions. And so when you mix all of that together, it can be a toxic combination. Now, I'm going to give an example of when I was like in my 20s, I went to a party I was invited to, brought my cousin who I would always hang with. We were single. We loved hanging around each other. And he came with me and I'm like, yeah, come along, whatever. So we're there to mind our own business, have a beer, whatever, nothing. We're not getting drunk or smashed. We're just kind of chilling, talking to people in the living room. Had a couple girls that I was talking to. And all of a sudden, like this was about an hour or so into it, I started noticing some things happening. And one of the things I noticed is one of the guys kind of like passed through the living room and it looked like he had like a part of a pill like in his nose. Like as
Oh,
if he was
really?
crushing up, yeah, like he was crushing up pills. And I was like, whoa, like I saw that was a red flag. And then like the guys were all separate, like most of the men were separate in the kitchen area. And I just thought this is really strange. So but we continued to talk, and then all of a sudden one of the guys comes out and then starts talking to my cousin, like, you know, um, you know, saying something like, looking at me, you staring at me, you saying something. And my cousin's like, what? Like, I've been out here. So anyway, it resulted in the guy sucker punching my cousin. And my cousin, I was like, I literally couldn't even believe what was happening. He took him and he basically, my cousin's very tall. My cousin's like 6'3" and he's, pretty big guy. And he just kind of got him out of the way, pushed him up against the wall so that he could get free from it. And then my cousin, I told him, I said, go, go, go. And I'm saying this because what I tell you happens next was like crazy. So he goes and I go, run down the steps to get out the door. And as he's running to get down to the steps, this guy like wields a empty beer bottle at his head. And thank God it missed him.
Oh,
Because
man.
he wielded it hard and smashed against the wall. And I'm looking at the guy and I'm like, what are you doing? Like, that's my cousin. Like, and you could see there was like nothing there. It was like almost like he was possessed. And I found out that they were drinking, obviously, but they were sniffing, crushing up Percocets.
Oh, my
So,
word.
yeah, yeah. So they were mixing the two together, but this resulted in this violent reaction.
Behavior. Yeah.
Yeah, and my cousin did nothing to warrant it. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Minding
Wow.
his own business. So who knows? I mean, even with beef, if there's some existing contention there, um, could have been something much more, amplified,
Mhm.
and out of control type of behavior. I mean, this guy looked like he literally was possessed. I'm talking to him, his eyes were glazed over. I'm actually yelling at him, for trying to attack my cousin. And then I just said, you know what, I'm getting out of here. So,
Yeah.
but I was very upset. So, you can imagine, thank God none of us were really hurt except my cousin, just for the initial, confrontation. But, things can happen for no reason. You don't have to invite it. Sometimes, when you're involving substances like that, especially when you're mixing substances, you can have this type of violent behavior or unpredictable behavior. And so I just wanted to note that, with, some of the things that are happening in college, life, that type of life, which could definitely explain some things there.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely. Because a lot of people don't know, even with, weed, pot, Mary Jane, whatever you want to call it, you can have it causes psychosis in some people. And
absolutely.
a lot of people don't know how to react or respond to that in the moment. And that could be even dangerous. So, I mean,
Mhm.
could you allegedly, let's just speculate, there were having an after party and, somebody OD'd, right?
Yeah.
And
Hmm.
then they all panic and they start fighting, and then it ends up, we got to cover up this OD, right? And the toxicologist, the coroner says, well, the toxicology is not going to matter. That's just the oddest thing to say, right?
That makes no sense. I think that should absolutely be a huge consideration and
Mm-hmm.
factor. You should never ignore that. We already know these substances alter,
Yep.
our
Chemistry. Mm-hmm.
consciousness and how we see things.
Absolutely.
There's, and it inhibits, um, the right type of reaction. You're uninhibited, like you're like, you're uninhibited in that, when you're, first of all, I see people when they drink beer, may get more aggressive or more
Right.
talkative. We know this by the nature of the beast, so to speak. So how could it not play a part
Yeah, kind of
in
like the
in
guy
that?
in the corner club spitting on women and pinching their butts, right?
Exactly.
I mean,
Exactly.
without the alcohol, he probably would have never acted that way. So, of course, it changes your brain chemistry. It gives you that mojo that you're 10 foot tall and bulletproof, right? Every
Right,
girl is going to be turned
absolutely.
on by me, you know?
Yeah, right. We used to call that something that I can't really say what it means, but I mean what it is literally, I'll
Yeah.
tell you the meaning of it. It just means that you get pretty brazen when you're drinking,
Yeah.
and or
Yeah,
use,
roid rage.
basically.
That's a
Yeah.
really good one. No talkie before coffee. Roid rage can do that too,
Oh, it sure can.
especially if mixed, right? And
Yep.
let's address this comment from Philly Girl. She always has the best comments.
Yeah.
I'm still baffled that no big defense lawyer or the Innocence Project has not stepped up for BK. That why I'm so sus of this case. But let me just say this. If you have the media portraying that you're so guilty, there's all this evidence against you, and then all the evidence comes out that there is no evidence, all it's going to do is take one little spark of someone claiming he is innocent besides himself for people to start paying attention. And let me tell you this. I have a close friend, a close source that called a retired judge and just asked him a question. Hey, can you tell me what you think of the Koberger case? Well, he's guilty, says the judge. And she's, no, I don't think so, because all the evidence that's coming out, the police can't put him there. Well, he confessed he's guilty. No, there's no proof that he's guilty. So he's like, let me look into this and I'll get back with you, because people like to be challenged in professional positions. They like
Hmm.
to be challenged that they're going to go and they're going to dig and they're going to find out. That's all it takes is one person. And I'm sure pretty soon you're going to see big people ready to go and fight the fight. Right? You don't see what is the what's that guy's name? What is his name in Framed? He started the Innocent Project all because of the what is his name again? I got it on the tip of my tongue. Let me look at the book. It is Barry Scheck, right? The Innocence Project. Peter Newfield and Barry Scheck. They started the Innocence Project. So,
Hmm.
and you see chapters all over the country. There are people in high places involved in the Innocence Project. So I wouldn't be surprised, and this is my prediction, is that pretty soon as people start talking about it and they accept it and they start researching for themselves, we're going to see a turnaround.
Oh
Now,
yeah,
I
definitely.
know, that some of you have seen the whole thing that they did to that ex-cop and the Big Brother winner. Did you guys see what happened with that? He put out a video and basically said, I believe in, the right to due process. I believe that this guy deserves a trial. We deserve to see the guilt. We deserve to see the evidence. And boy, he was just attacked and shunned. And I'm like, bring it on.
Yeah,
Right? The more people who question, you'll get more people asking the question.
absolutely. I find nowadays, anyhow, whenever I'm seeing that there's more pushback on saying the right things, and the initiating of right processes, and righteous things and just
Mhm.
things. It's like people, there's so much pushback. It's like we're in the upside down. It's bizarre.
Right.
um and in this situation, I mean, people, what I find to be the most, if I were to take a poll, and what I've seen and what I've read so far, is that most of the people are vehemently, like, saying and believing that he is guilty because he pled guilty.
Yeah. That's a far and few between. To save your life, you would say anything, right?
Right, right. So I find it just crazy, but and I don't bother to argue. I'll put some information out there and try to have a normal conversation with people, because I've been asked, why am I still following this case, um and I've explained it. My son asked me, and I said, this isn't because we are sick individuals. We know something's wrong, and
Right.
and we're here to see it made right. And that's really
Right.
the long and short of it.
Right, because we have people that are saying, "You're crazy.
Yeah,
You got this, like, psychological thing wrong with you." Why? Because I believe in the Constitution, that I believe in our rights. I believe in due process. I believe that you have to prove that I am guilty in a court of law before you can say I'm guilty.
right.
Hello?
Exactly, exactly, exactly. And this is, again, this goes back to people not doing their due diligence and seeking out a thing for themselves and doing research. This goes with them just attaching themselves to a narrative and not going any deeper, and just kind of digging their heels in, and
Mhm.
because they believe they're right, just because someone else says it is. And
Absolutely.
you got to think for yourself. And thinking for yourself, I mean, I think we found out, just even in this in this community, type of community, is not really celebrated in many areas. So you got to sometimes fight for, you know um you know in a civil way, but fight for what's right, and for being a critical thinker, and being someone who can see through and discern and understand what's right, what's mostly. Here's my thing: it's not just a matter of knowing what's right and wrong. Everybody knows that. It's having the wisdom to know what is right and almost right.
Yeah, I agree. There's a
And
fine line.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and Kim K is not supporting Brian. I've never seen anything like that. I'm sure that she would be all over if
Oh yeah.
yeah, no, no.
I think
Um
FBI are deep into this. The FBI are definitely I mean, I 100% believe they're deep into this. They're the ones that are probably even doing the redactions and ordering a lot of the redactions, in my opinion.
yeah, and
Because,
clearly if they made a mistake, fess up, right?
yeah, yeah, that's all. Right, right, exactly. We already know about what they were doing around the area before these crimes
Right.
happened. And so, yeah, I do believe that it's largely due to the federal part of that. And that's why you don't see nobody really pushing back. That's anybody that's a big voice or has a lot of influence, I think, is because of that.
Well, there was some prowler or some panty raider around in the area in that King Road.
Hmm.
And so and the animals that were being slaughtered. So why did they not investigate that? Did they just catch somebody and slap them on the wrist and say no, no more?
Right.
And did this escalate? It was in the same area. Was it just waiting? It's like you gradually wait and you build up and you build up. Okay, you stole underwear. You're obsessed with women's underwear.
It's,
Then you go
yeah.
into the animals, and it's escalation. So was this
Sure
an
is.
escalation like the FBI guy said yesterday that I showed you?
Right. Exactly.
Those are the
Exactly.
questions we need to ask. Was this just an escalation of waiting for a can of worms to open?
Sure.
So thanks for jumping up and giving
Thank you for
us your
having
feedback.
me.
I
I'm sorry
always,
that I
always.
misunderstood. Once again, I didn't mean
No,
to
that's okay.
mislead. Yeah.
No, I appreciate you jumping up and talking, and people love you, and keep doing what you're doing. So, I mean, just keep asking the questions. People
That's it. And I'm
have,
gonna be on that new one, by the way. I'm
oh,
gonna be
good.
watching that thing tonight. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm going to
I'm
be
gonna look
watching
good.
it later, and then obviously the show you recommended. So I'll be watching all of those.
Girl, you're gonna be good. Go get your popcorn, your blanket, and just chill. Just curl up on the
I
couch.
will. I'm going to need that later, because if you ever felt like you had the flu and everything's achy, boy, I got to
Yep.
work through it this weekend.
I know it well, and I hope that you would be well, and then just enjoy, relax, be at peace, and
Yes.
then I'll be in the comments section, just waiting to hear your review. So
Well, I receive it. I'll definitely give a live review over this one. So be well. Have a great, fantastic weekend. We'll be here until 3. So if you want to come back up, we've got other topics that we're going to talk about. But right now, we are going to take a short break because we are behind on break time. And I have to use the ladies' room and go take a tinkle. So
there it
go
is.
tinkle,
There it
come
is.
back.
Get it. Get the tinkle.
And we
If you
appreciate
sprinkle
you.
when you tinkle, be a sweetie and wipe the CD. That's all.
CD. Yeah, definitely. All right. Talk to you
Take
soon.
care.
You
All
too.
right.
Bye
Bye-bye.
bye. All right. So we will be back in just a short while. Grab your snacks, grab anything you need, and make sure.
Feel the pulse, a quiet hum, a steady rhythm like a distant drum. In the darkness, waiting for the sun, a brand new day is yet to come. They build the walls to keep us down, whisper lies all over town. But every seed that hits the ground will break the silence with its sound. I hold this truth inside my hand, and on this solid rock I'll stand. Oh, can you feel the justice rising? Got a new horizon in my soul. Yeah, I got faith, it's multiplying, and it's taking back all the control. This vibration's gonna shake the nation. Let them talk their empty words. My spirit flies on with the birds. Their tangled webs are so absurd. My simple truth will be heard. No, I won't bow, I won't break down. I'm here to claim my righteous crown. Oh, can you feel the justice rising? Justice rising. Got a new horizon in my soul. Yeah, I got faith, it's multiplying. I'm flying, it's multiplying. And it's taking back all the control. This vibration's gonna shake the nation. Justice rising, calling my name. Feel the vibration, feel it deep inside. A new creation, yeah.
All right. And we are back. We are going to finish looking at this document from Dr. Ruth Ballard in regards to the DNA and everything that was tested. And we move on to lab item 76. What was lab item 76? That was the swab from the stain on the beer pong table. Now, we've all talked about this beer pong table, and this is yet another example that, well, let me show you. So here is the beer pong table. Why is this not adding? Let's give it a second. This is the beer pong table picture. And let me just pull this up. Where did you go? Beer pong table. You know, the one with the knife and the blood. And Dr. Ruth Ballard basically said that this stain was Kaylee's. One single source. So, how many are in agreement? Now, we did say that this horrible crime didn't happen in, per se, the bedrooms. Where did this crime take place? If there is blood in the second floor main area, not just with Kaylee, but with Maddie, not just with Kaylee and Maddie, but Xana, then obviously something had to start in that area. Allegedly. Sleep. Allegedly, no one was asleep. Maybe they were chased up into their rooms. Maybe something did happen, an escalation, an altercation. Maybe. And the next thing that Ruth Ballard talks about is all the hand and face impressions that we see on the sliding glass door. And you know the one I'm talking about. Let me grab a picture so you guys can see it. The pictures of the sliding glass door where we see, I mean, it was all over the media, folks. Who, like somebody broke in, somebody slid in through the back door, face looking through the windows. Maybe they did break in at 4 a.m. Wow, it's not in this release document. Hold on. It's got to be in another document. You know, the handprint. And Ruth Ballard basically says that, hey, we took 3 swabs of all these. There were human DNA, trace DNA. No human DNA was recovered, but yet there was no profile. Possible trace DNA was recovered, but no DNA profile obtained. How could that be? With the technology that we have today in forensics investigations, how could that be? Someone explain this to me. All the advanced tech that we have in these fields, and they cannot determine whose DNA this is. And I'm still scrolling through the pictures looking for that window. And it wasn't in the first release. I wonder if it was in the last one. Let me just look. That one's going to take a little bit of time to load. But you can go in the media pictures. Those are the first ones they put out in the papers. Online social media talking about the handprints. On the back sliding door, the picture of the little small kitchen window, a face print. Why? I mean, facial recognition from a print. Don't you think they have all this new tech that they can determine what all this is? I mean, should have some type of modern technology. I mean, they spend millions of dollars to look at the moon and all these other things in deep space, but they can't make better technology for crimes. I mean, I think we need to change our priorities just a little tiny bit, right? Keep people safe. And this door, every time I look at this door, it makes me think that somebody changed the lock.
Somebody changed the lock in those 8 hours. I mean, who would leave a lock like that? Did somebody bust this lock in? Did they have to go buy a new lock? Did they have to replace that lock? Does anybody have any history on this lock? Because all you have to do is literally change the key code. You don't have to change a whole new brand. I mean, there was a flashbang. There was a flashbang. And I'll show you where the officers talk about it. This is crazy. This is crazy. I caught this a couple days ago. Let me grab it. It is Connor's channel, of course. He's got the repository of the body cams. And let me pull it up. I think I noted it was, I don't want to say Gunderson. I want to say Snyder. Snyder part 1. Was it Snyder part 1? Hold on a minute. Let me see. They walk Murphy out. 104. 104. Here it is. All right. This is Connor's channel. Here is the link if you want to go watch it on your own. I think they kicked the door in. I think so too. I'm glad I'm not alone in this theory. I think this kind of solidifies what I was thinking. So this is Connor's channel. Here's the link for everyone to be able to watch it. And let's listen close. And I'm going to put on the closed captions so that we can hear them.
All right, so talking to John, just going to go back, get the TV ready, be a marionette, start grabbing interviews. I don't want to get too deep into the rooms. That's a freaking camera.
I think he said that's a freaking camera, not a pretty camera.
No, it's a pipe.
No, that's a pipe. What did he say?
Grabbing interviews. I don't want to get too deep into the rooms.
So let me understand this. The context is Snyder took pictures and they are looking at his phone. And I'm going to play it just a little slower, not too much. Something, I see it. Hold on. Let me see if I can get it. I don't want to hear that noise. It irks me.
That's a freaking camera.
That's a freaking camera.
No, that's a pipe.
No, that's a pipe. Is that what he said? Did you guys hear that? No, that's a pipe. I just noticed this truck sitting here. Who is that back there? Walking around still looking. Anybody figure that one out? He's right over there by the dumpster. I know Snyder saw him, so he got him on camera. Interesting car in the background and the noise. Holy shit. Is that the second weapon, y'all? Is that the second weapon? Holy. That left the marks across her face? Philly Girl says, someone was saying pipe wrench much ago. I don't know if that's true, though. Let's just look at a pipe wrench. It could leave those types of marks. Holy moly. The little teeth on the end of a pipe wrench. Let me just give you a copy of one. Is that a second weapon that was spoke about? It wasn't a gun. We know that for sure. I FOIA'd everything from the ISP about a gun, and there was no documents. That is a pipe wrench. He said it was a pipe. That's what he said. He just said that's not a camera, it's a pipe. Well, there you go. Out of the mouths of their own admission, that's a freaking camera. No, it's a pipe. Okay, here it comes. Okay, they all start screaming. The guys up sitting outside of the house across the street, they all start screaming.
and they try to get Gunderson's attention. Of course, they've redacted it. And I kept saying, why would they redact all this? Maybe a hammer. Oh, no. Yeah. Sarah, you're probably right. It's probably they said a hammer, not a camera. That's a hammer. And then the other guy said, no, it's a pipe. They redact it. Gunderson goes down here. And I figured out what was actually going on. So, for educational purposes, I'm going to show you what a tool imprint. Remember, there was an expert coming to trial to give his opinion. He was a tool expert. So a tool is any type of tool that can be used as a weapon, a knife, anything. Now, we've not seen the autopsy pictures, but the family would know. The family would know if this is what Kaylee's face looked like. If they saw the pictures. They would know. Okay? They left a parallel pattern abrasion marks on the skin. This is for educational purposes. And that is the serrated jaws of a pipe wrench. Okay, this is just for illustrative purposes only. Now, these guys also say something very interesting, which I found in the documents. And I kept saying, why is this time so important to the cops that they have to redact it? And lo and behold, if you go back into the document that I was looking at this morning, timestamps are so important. Timestamps. And it says it right here at 11/13/22 at 1:04:01. Vandal alert. Moscow PD investigating a homicide on King Road near campus. Suspect is not known at this time. Stay away from the area and shelter in place. These young people just got the alert and they confront Gunderson, who's walking by. And Gunderson goes over and tells them, vandals just got an alert.
Homicide.
And they said, there's a homicide. Okay? Now we know the time is correct. There is another instance of these body cams being the correct time. And that is the crying and the louder the background noise gets of these students.
Yeah.
And what do people do when they get a message like this? Or what do you do when you get a message on your phone for a missing, endangered elderly or a child? Right? If you're in the area, you're going to go outside and look. If you've not heard the news, you're going to start to inquire.
Hey, ma'am. Ma'am.
Okay. They just got the alert. And he's walking around seeing who's going to come out.
Stop right there for me.
Can you stop? Everyone was told to stay inside.
You come back down here. Alright, we're not going to have anybody come back this way, okay?
Oh, okay.
Isn't that the same girl that ran over with the towels or the sheets or maybe even alleged medical supplies? Isn't that the same girl? She's got a Corner Club sweatshirt on. Why does she look familiar?
My friend's house.
Okay.
We're going to my friend's house.
Are they right up here?
Yeah.
Okay, let's walk around. Just on the road, please.
Because we don't want you to mess up the actual snow print. The prints in the snow.
And do you live in this one right here? On the other side? Okay.
She said on the other side, so that was the 1112?
You can go up the stairs. And you go right in through that front door.
On the other side. That would be 1112.
Hey guys, make sure nobody walks right through here, okay? Or on the back side of your house, okay?
Because we think the killer went that way, right? I pointed this out months and months and months ago, almost a year ago. They should have roped off the crime scene. And what did they do? They all stepped outside because they got the vandal alert. And they're blocking out Adam's Jeep. Why would they do that? We've already seen him pull up. He talked to the cop. Yeah, and this was the 104. I don't know if I showed you this, but this was the 104 vandal alert right here. Vandal alert, Moscow PD investigating a homicide. I don't know if I showed it to you, but that was the 104 mark. He's watching and waiting. What do y'all think he's waiting for? Reactions? People looking out their windows. Oh, there's Jack coming back. The JD, Jack Decor. See the way that light on that cop car shines on 1119? It reflects. Anybody notice that? So they're telling them all to go home. Did you guys hear that? Did you hear those people scream, crying? You could hear it all the way where Snyder is standing. Listen again. Did you hear that scream? Don't tell me no one heard nothing that night. It was quiet. These guys are outside and you can hear loudly. How did a newspaper get there already? This guy with the telescopic lens, does he work for the Argonaut, or maybe someone got a message? You know, something that just popped into my head is I would love to see the messages that were going back and forth with Bethany and Dylan and everyone else that was sitting around in that little huddle. I would love to see the messages, because they stop at 104, the public side of it that they gave us at 104. Crazy. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back just a little bit on the video cam, on the body cam that we were just watching, and I'm going to show you a part that was very interesting to me. Okay, this is wild. I have to go back just a little bit. Let me put this on the stream. Again, this is at Connor. Go show him some love. And this is right when he comes down. He's talking to Adam there. He's already looked around the property. And they start talking. Let me get to there a little bit further.
Have you been gone all day?
Yeah, I just got home.
Okay. Were you gone last night or?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Were you gone last night? Yeah.
Is Kaylee the one that's upstairs?
Is Carrie? Does he mean Kaylee? Kaylee? Everybody keeps calling her a different name.
But the other guy.
Okay. This is what I don't understand. We've been sold a story that doesn't make sense according to what these officers of the law are talking about. Is Kaylee the one that's upstairs with the other guy? What? What? Officer Nunes reported there was a guy and a girl together. And she thought that, and he thought that Kaylee and Xana and Maddie were upstairs in the other room. Okay? So let's listen.
The boyfriend was over here. And they were all drinking last night.
The boyfriend was over here and they were all drinking last night.
Like 32. But they were at the corner club. With that girl. Okay, because that's where they said they were. Okay. And then he said that they recently broke up.
Roger just texted and said he's going to come in.
Okay.
I feel like this is telephone 101. I'd love to see. Yeah. This was before the vandal alert. Yeah.
So they might have been at the corner club. I don't know how much you guys know. Last night, they might have been at the corner club. This group of guys up here was possibly with them. And one of the couples, I think it might be one of the females that's deceased, his ex-boyfriend came up earlier and was asking what was going on. So he's in the back of Mason's car, but they were all with him last night, talked to, so that's all I know so far. He decided to walk all the way around and didn't see any blood anywhere, or anything like that. They might just let us, those guys. They seem pretty cool.
You got the prosecutor spooled up on the phone.
Yeah, I just got a call. But there's a ton, obviously you guys know it's a lot of apartments in there, so there's a lot of guys in there.
Yeah, they can't go talk to them without backup because there's only 3 of them, 4 of them. They're not going to approach a situation where there could be an altercation.
You know what there?
I assume probably all of them. Yeah, you just want me checking dumpsters and stuff, trash cans. Is there anybody close ditched? Or do you want me?
I think right now it's just seeing security, making sure people aren't coming and going and touching anything.
Okay, we got that locked down.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, man.
How's it going?
Good. Hey, can you guys stay here for a little bit?
Oh, yeah.
Is that okay? And then not go out your guys' back door this way or out that way.
Okay.
Is that cool?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
No worries.
Or everybody inside just your roommates or?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, no.
Just,
Anyone extra?
2 more people.
More people.
Well, I guess there's 2 roommates that are out right now
Okay.
that might be coming back.
Okay. Who's that?
The guy that moved out this morning?
Just my buddy's girlfriend.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So,
Appreciate it.
okay.
Yep. Thanks. So both these houses are staying inside right now. So
you're all right.
and they all seemed curious, obviously, but
All right, so talking to John, he's going to go back to getting ready. He and Mary are going to start grabbing interviews.
I don't want to get too deep into the rooms.
Okay, so we've seen this. But there's another portion I want to get over to when Gunderson starts talking to Gideon Roberts and Dallinger. Hold on a second. Here they come. Come on, where is it?
Anything like that. If you have to come arguments, if you have some follow-up questions.
It's right.
Is Kaylee the one that's upset?
Hold on a minute. Maybe it's Gunderson. Hold on. Let me go back. Let me go back to Connor's channel. I think it's Gunderson's cam. Hold on a minute. I think it is. 1 or 2. When they start talking.
So as long as you stay back off this way, then
Okay, and where am I pointing at?
well, you can probably see what's roped off.
Yeah,
There's probably not a super good vantage point from
over that
from
way.
anywhere. It's just kind of just a really terrible,
Yeah.
condensed neighborhood. So
Okay, good deal. So in terms of where I can go, it's just kind of like this.
Yeah, just stay on the backside of this. You'll see people coming in and out, or there's people at apartments, but we're trying to keep as many cars and stuff out of here because we have a lot of police vehicles and stuff coming and going.
Good deal. Okay. Thank you very much. If there's anything else that we have just kind of on scene in terms of information, we of course, have like Facebook info and police info right now. But if there's anything else that we can share, please let me know.
Okay.
I'll be around. I'm going to move my car.
And your name was?
Okay, wrong one. Here it is. All right, let me stop that. This is the one that I want to show you. This is Officer Gunderson, and this is obviously on Connor's channel. Here is the link so that you can watch it in full if you want. This is Gunderson Part 1. And I'm going to go back just a little bit.
Okay.
I'm going to go back just a little bit. Listen to what he says. Here is the link. Why blurred out? I don't know. I think she was a reporter. And here we go. Of course, this part is redacted. I'm going to put on some. Listen to what he tells them about Dylan's time. I don't know who this officer is right here. He doesn't look familiar, and they totally blank out his badge. Totally redacted. I guess we could see who it is. All right, here we go. Come on, stop redacting. It gets good. Here we go. Come on.
They thought it was a firecracker. Okay, so there could have been a pistol involved. Back and start on the search warrant right now. Okay.
So there could have been a pistol involved. You heard him, right? Could have been.
And then the last calls too, this is the timestamp pretty good. Right after it happened. It's at 4:21, 4:22, 4:30. She made these phone calls. Immediately after the bang.
Immediately after the bang. So Dylan heard a bang and made a phone call. Who did she call?
Okay.
Immediately after the bang. Who did she call? She sure didn't call 911, did she? I don't know who this guy is.
They thought it was a firecracker.
Okay, so there could have been a pistol involved. Back and start on the search warrant right now. Okay.
And then the last calls too, this is the timestamp pretty good. Right after it happened. It's at 4:21, 4:22, 4:30. She made these phone calls. Immediately after the bang.
She made phone calls. She made phone calls, people.
Okay. Trying to call the people that are in the house.
Trying to call the people that were in the house. Well, let's see if that is factual, guys. We're going to go back to the reports. He said 4:24, Bethany received, come to my room. 4:24, 4:21. Let's go back to 4:21. 4:21. Didn't answer. Maddie Mogan didn't answer. Bethany answered. Kaylee didn't answer. Xana didn't answer. She didn't try to call Ethan. That's all that it shows. So she tried to call all these people at 4:22. No one is answering. I'm really confused. Kaylee, what's going on? This was before 4:28. This was before.
before the car pulls up. This was before. Sounds like there was possibly one shot. What did he say? Oh, shoot. Hold on. You guys can't see this.
Sounds like there possibly was one gunshot for the firecracker.
Okay.
We haven't seen any obvious gunshot wounds. We didn't like to re-engage anybody.
We haven't seen any obvious gunshot wounds. We didn't move anybody.
And then what did your lady say about someone coming in, seeing somebody come in?
She saw a guy masked, about 6 foot, skinny build like a basketball player. She described. Said that he had a just full black mask. You can see like a ski mask. At about 4. Immediately after.
So she saw somebody come in at 4. She saw someone come in at 4. What the frick are we listening to? She sees someone come in at 4. She hears a bang. She calls Kaylee, Xana, and Maddie. Doesn't call Ethan. Calls Bethany. This other car shows up at 4:28. What?
She yelled and said there's someone in the house.
She yelled and said there was someone in the house. So wait a minute. Dylan saw the person at 4. She yells, someone's in the house. Is that Dylan saying this? The cop is interviewed her, obviously. Are these Dylan's words?
This girl ran, locked herself in the room.
This girl ran and locked herself in the room. She sees somebody in a black mask at 4.
Could hear a roommate that was upstairs, Kaylee. Somehow she was able to discern that it was Kaylee screaming.
So Kaylee was upstairs. She sees a guy in a mask at 4. What?
Then she could hear this masked man saying...
She heard everything. She saw everything.
Sorry.
Let me call Brett.
She could hear him say...
I'll go brief text real quick. John, do you just want this whole thing
Why did he want him to stop?
shut off? Huh?
He wanted him to stop and walked away. He's got the body cam on.
Hey there.
Can you say what's going on?
I can't say, but I'm gonna need you to go back this way. Just go ahead and back straight up and pull out.
What kind of car is that?
Thank you. Probably. Gunderson's going off mic.
Tells him to walk off. Boy, that Steve gets around. You are funny. ATF. Car turns around. She leaves. Looks like a Honda, maybe.
Gunderson's going off.
And that's it. Dang it. That was, he said Gunderson's going off. That is, where's part 3? Where's part 3 of Gunderson? Does he have any more footage? That was 1 and 2. Where's part 3? Because we know he's there the whole entire night. Part 1, Gunderson part 2. Where's Gunderson part 3? I think we need to see Gunderson part 3. There's got to be more. Oh, I forget. They're only letting us see what they want us to see. Oh, I can't make this up. All right. So the next interview that we were going to watch and review is Bianca Perez. Now, I don't know what she brings to the table because I have not watched this. Who has watched this? Drop a 1. Because some of the top videos that I made this month include a female had the K-bar. That was the result. And then, Dylan, right? She made a boo-boo. And coincidence or not about the Vans and Shoegate. And those were the slippers. And then the state accused the defense of having a hidden witness, which they were going to use the state's exhibit. And then obviously, what room was yours, Dylan? Because she's pointing at the bottom spare room. And then guilty or not, Cyray full report. These were the top 10 of July. And you guys have heard this, but we are going to listen to it right now because there are some interesting points that have been shared about this. Again, this is on Connor's channel. Here is the link. Go and show him some love. I think we're all subscribed to his channel, by the way. Every day is something new. And this, I'm going to speed up just a little bit. We can still understand it, but we won't be here all day.
December 6th, 2022.
And December 6th, 2022. This was just days before December 10th when all the bigwigs had a meeting in Pullman, Moscow, FBI, whoever else was in the room trying to discuss what they were going to do.
5:17 p.m. Idaho State Police Detective Joe Lake with Idaho State Police Detective, state name,
William Adams.
And tonight we're meeting about the knowledge of the victims of the quadruple homicide here in Moscow, Idaho, just off the ULI campus. So I know you've been spoken with before. I've read the special agents report and interviewed you. I know that Will has talked to you a couple of times.
Yeah.
But yet we're going to meet again.
That's fine.
And
Wait a minute. Will has talked to her a couple of times.
And here we are. What I'd like to do is I'm going to take a look here at your questionnaire and just kind of pick your brain about a few things. Okay. All right. So
is this,
the first question, identify Kaylee's family members.
Is she related to the other Perez that I've talked about, the guy Perez? The guy who was a overseas exchange student? This is redacted right here, by the way. I wonder if she is. Let me just take a peek at her history. Oh, she has deleted her LinkedIn. Bianca Perez. She has deleted her LinkedIn, folks. Well, that is redacted. It's still playing. I'm going to share this with you. And I click on it. And it says this page doesn't exist. Interesting. Says it is a University of Idaho student. Bianca Perez.
organized, dependable candidate, successful at managing multiple priorities with a positive attitude. Education, University of Idaho. Deleted. Wow. Interesting. All right, let's go back to the interview. Of course, it is redacted still. Come on, where is it not redacted?
Romantic partners.
Yeah.
Let's talk. I hate how they phrase romantic partners, but let's talk about romantic partners. Who was Kaylee involved with? Jack, obviously.
Yeah, Jack. I know that her and Jack were on good terms after their breakup.
They shared a dog, right?
Yeah.
Interesting. Way redacted. I don't know. Too many redactions. I don't think that they coaxed her or coached her. Way redacted. Let me see if I can fast forward it. All right, here we go.
The usual.
Okay. Describe qualities, positive and negative, Kaylee's relationships, strength of bonds, ongoing conflicts, custodial issues, etc.
Heavy redactions. What is going on? What the heck? These are some heavy redactions, folks, and I have never listened to this before. I think she was a...
Right. Friends don't necessarily do that.
Yeah.
May I ask, what is your major in college?
I think she was an exchange student, wasn't she? Where is Bianca Perez now? Black hair. What the heck did I just find? This is heavily redacted. I don't know what the heck is going on. It's redacted almost 7 minutes in. What in the world?
That's offered to you.
Outside the scope of these murders.
Okay.
Let's talk a little bit about illicit drug use, prescription meds, party drugs, things of that nature. What do you know about that element of her life?
I mean, she didn't like smoking weed. It would give her anxiety.
Okay.
I feel like cocaine maybe, but not like, I don't really see Kaylee going out of her way to find it. I feel like maybe just like at parties and stuff, if it's offered to you, I feel like she would definitely maybe do it. But yeah, I don't think Kaylee would ever go out of her way to find drugs.
Okay. And forgive me, but are people at the school these days, are they into any of the ecstasy or any of the other?
Yeah, I don't know.
No. I know that some of the prescription meds, Adderall, other things like that.
Like Adderall, yeah, like that. But I mean, that's just, I don't know. I feel like that's pretty normal, I guess.
It is. Well,
yeah.
For however you want to look at it, it is kind of normal in today's society. A lot of people are taking, even if it's not their own prescription. Yeah. Right. Okay.
But like even that, I think Kaylee was basically done with school. She had she was taking like 2 or 3 classes that she just like wanted to take so she could graduate. I don't know, but she was basically done. She was just working. I know that like last year.
Told you.
Last year? Yes, last semester.
Told you she was done.
Last year she was taking her like teaching thing, what is it called, practicum or something like that. But she was doing that and she was definitely under a lot of stress. So that's like the only time I could really see her probably taking a lot of Adderall, but like now probably not.
Okay. How about drinking excessively? It's college.
Yeah. I mean,
I like to tell people I paid for my rent by having keggers. Back then we used to have keggers.
Yeah.
That's why I paid my rent in college, is by having keggers.
Yeah.
So I get it. But these days there seems to be a little bit of a difference from when I was in college over 30 years ago. That it's almost like a norm to drink excessively when it wasn't
Yeah.
so much that. It was more, all right, we won the game, or
Yeah.
whatever, and we had a rager. Was that a normal thing though, to kind of drink excessively, drink to the point of incapacitation, put it that way?
No, she really never drank that much. Like Kaylee, we would have to convince her to go out most days. Like I'd text her like, hey, I haven't seen you in forever. You should come. Like, or just like things like that. I know she would go to the bars every once in a while, but she wasn't like an avid, like everyday drinker, like maybe like a glass of wine or two, but she was never like blacked out to the point where she like can't remember things or like can't take care of herself. She was very careful.
How about some of the roommates?
Some of them were, I mean, it's just like, I guess like Xana was very much like that. At least last year she was. I think now that she was dating Ethan, she kind of like calmed down because they would like take care of each other. But I know Xana definitely drank a lot. Maddie was kind of the same as Kaylee, not very often, probably because of her.
Right.
I mean, I guess if you're doing like a long distance relationship, I don't think her boyfriend would be happy with her doing that all the time. So I mean, yeah, I think I didn't really know that very much, so I can't speak for them, but I know that.
Tell me with the culture there. They're all roommates.
Yeah.
Is it because are underclassmen? Is that why they aren't so much? Okay.
I feel like, well, I mean, Xana was too. And
yeah, I guess so.
They were all good friends. It's just like everyone kind of like does their thing. Like I know at least at my apartment too, my roommates, like my friends say I will drink and our other roommates will stay home. It's just like kind of just the vibe, I guess.
Okay. Friends, but yet not.
Yeah, like not like attached to the hip. Like I feel Kaylee and Maddie were, but yeah.
Okay. When we go into personality, behaviors, and attitudes, the first question is describe Kaylee's personality. And this is what I've already read this, but in prep for talking to you about. What you're saying here is a common thread. I mean, it really is. Just very, very good person.
Yeah.
Person that every.
You heard him say, I've already talked to you this in prep.
Maddie were, but yeah.
Okay. When we go into personality, behavior.
So were they like asking him questions off the record and then recording?
Behaviors and attitudes. The first question is describe Kaylee's personality. And this is what I've already read this, but in prep for talking to you about. What you're saying here is a common thread. I mean,
I've already read this in prep. So he's talked to her off the record and this is on the record.
Really is just very, very good person.
Yeah.
Person that everyone should have as a friend, and how about the other people in the house too? How would you describe their personalities? Let's start with Madison. Maddie.
I mean, I never really like talked to Maddie a lot, but I know she was really funny and also very outgoing and talkative to other people. She's also really pretty. Her and Kaylee were basically the same. Xana was very outgoing and like very funny as well. She was everywhere. Like literally everyone knew Xana. But I don't know, got to know them very well. That was kind of, she scared me. She was very like, she has like the RBF. If you know what that is. Resting bitch face. Yes, she has the RBF, which I was just, I don't know. She seemed nice, but I just never really talked to her.
A little bit socially awkward or just?
Not like socially awkward, just kind of like, I feel like she might have been just a little bit shy and used her RBF as like a protection mechanism in a way. Yeah.
Just a way to keep people maybe at arm's length or something.
Yeah.
Who were some of her best friends?
Honestly, I don't know. Probably.
Okay.
I think they were pretty close, but I mean, I wasn't really close with the very much. I was just kind of like Xana. I mean, yeah, I was like friends with Xana, but I don't know, just not them very much.
Right. Okay. And Ethan, what do you think of? I mean, you mentioned he's kind of outgoing and whatnot, but what do you think of him?
He was really fun. I liked him. He was my.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean, he was my first, I guess, because I like have my other ones, but that was
little.
I don't know. I never really hung out with him often unless I like went over there and saw him or whatever. I did see him. I would give him a hug and stuff, but he was really nice. Yeah.
Okay. And when you say what, and forgive me, I wasn't part of it.
No, you're fine.
I was too busy working. I didn't take any student loans, so
yeah.
I was too busy working all the time to have much of it. Well, other than having keggers. Yeah. But
that's work.
Anyway,
Can be work.
Yeah, it was business. I was a business major. What I know that there's like, whether it's a formal organization or informal organization that kind of ties the sororities and fraternities together.
Yeah.
Bigs and littles. What is that called?
Wait, what do you mean? It's like.
Well, it's kind of informal because you have all the fraternities.
I feel like everyone's just like, well, if you're in Greek life, it's like a club, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. What is there a name for it?
Like FSL, fraternity and sorority life. I don't know.
Okay. And from what I understand, is sometimes they use apps and other things of that nature.
Like Greek house and like stuff like that, or what do you mean?
I don't know. You tell me.
I mean, I don't know. Like between every
Greek house has an app. Hold on a minute. Gotta Google this one. Greek app.
Do they have it? I don't know why I pulled up appetizers, Greek app. Oh gosh. Greek app. Yeah, there's an app. Holy moly. Learn all about. I guess they can chat on there too. Greek app. I wonder if anybody looked into the Greek app. Right? That would be a way to communicate other than Snap.
Yeah. Just communication. Like, hey, we're having a party. Or we're
Oh,
having
well,
a
I mean, we
call.
use like group chats on Snapchat with like our house will have like group chats with like the guys in our in the same PC in like a fraternity or something. But he was younger. He was a year younger than me. And so like the way that works is like, I don't know, I guess if you get along with someone really well, or like a guy or a girl that's like, mostly it's like the opposite gender, because in your own sorority or fraternity, you get assigned like your own little, I guess. But I just really got along with him one night and I was drunk. And so I was like, that'll be my little, you know?
Gotcha.
Yeah. And so they join like your fam, your informal fam. And it's weird. It's weird if you weren't
So
like,
your sorority house,
Yes.
and your sisters, that is your fam.
like, well, not exactly like you in your sorority, you like become really close with someone younger than you, I guess. And then they
Right.
assign you as like their big, which is like their big sister.
Okay.
And
so
then
you kind of get to pick.
Yeah, basically. And then each year, like your fam gets a new addition, but that's like your fam, like your, it's so weird. It's making me cringe.
Yeah, I'll just like as an example. So if Ethan,
So it's like a cult?
then you guys move up the next year.
I'm sorry.
But now he gets to
like,
pick.
I mean, it's less formal than that. It's just kind of like a whatever. Like it's more formal for your sorority, but if you're adding like a guy, like a random frat guy, then it's just like they just are part of the fam, but not really. Like they just get invited to our fam nights and stuff. So things like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I don't know if you're gonna touch on this or not, but you called him your friend.
Yes, he was.
What does that mean?
Well, I just didn't really hang out with like the Sigma Chi as much, and so like I would hardly ever see him. Whereas like I have like two other littles that we hang out with like all the time, and so whenever I see Ethan, I like come over here.
Okay, is that like a standard term that most people
No,
use?
it's just what I called him. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's cringy, I know.
No. I mean, it is what it is. Gotcha. Okay. Personal habits. She recently started going to the gym.
Yeah.
Generally, when someone starts going to the gym, it's generally there's something like they, had an epiphany or something like, geez, I need to get in shape, or
I think she was like
had a
in her
breakup.
post breakup like glow up. I think she was in that era.
Okay.
Mhm.
So I started going to the gym. She loved getting her nails done. I've seen a lot of pictures on, social media type stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Attractive young lady, really kind of putting herself out there and other things, which I have a daughter in your age group. That's the norm these days.
Mm-hmm.
Was there anything that she was doing in that element that tied into social media, like the gym or anything? Was she trying to get endorsements?
No, she was like, no, I really don't think so. She was just I think she just wanted to start working out. She was going to Europe, so I know she was trying to be in shape for that, but
okay.
Yeah.
Where was she going in Europe?
I honestly have no idea. I know her and my other friend, Nat, and I think one more of them, they booked a trip to go like backpacking.
Which Nat? Okay. Yeah, we've spoken.
Yeah.
And who was the other friend?
I don't remember. I think Joe. I honestly don't. I know there was one more, but
okay.
I don't know. Wait, was there? Honestly, I don't know, but I know they were going to Europe.
Describe any recent positive or negative personal emotional changes. She was always a happy person. A bit sad about the breakup, maybe. Yeah. Anything else? You ever see her having an outburst?
No.
To start crying for any reason?
Mm-mm.
Start laughing for any reason?
She was like not like that. She was very normal, very like collected.
Okay. Events prior to Kaylee's death. Couldn't come back to Coeur d'Alene because of the hyper dog. Was Murphy a hyper dog?
Yes.
Okay.
He would jump on you all the time. And
Was
his
it-
nails were so long too. It was very annoying.
Was he a little skittish?
Yes. He
Okay.
just like he's a spaz.
And from what I understand, that's both Jack and Kaylee still.
Mhm.
So Jack has Murphy now.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything with?
You did mention you asked about social media and things like that. I don't know if you're gonna get to this later, but there's a note on here that she recently made a Tinder account.
Yeah, we might as well jump into that. I was going to cover it later, but no, yeah, let's talk about that.
I think, I mean, I'm not fully sure, but I know we all were friends were encouraging her to do it because again, she was not very like, she didn't talk to guys. Like from what we know, she was very shy.
So help me understand Tinder. Is Tinder a hookup site?
Honestly, no. I feel like it's more of like, this is so terrible to say, but like I feel like it's more of just like a male validation thing.
Oh.
Like I don't think any of my friends who've ever matched with a guy on Tinder have ever actually gone and like met the guy.
Serious?
Yes, it's kind of just like they'll match and then it's like, you're hot. Haha, what's your number? Like, what's your snap? Like, it's just like liking the attention that you get when you match with someone. Like, I don't know, very weird, but.
No, I mean, in a way, it satisfies that psychological need of.
Yeah, I don't.
Yes.
It's like weird going to meet up with a Tinder guy. Like, I feel like after maybe like weeks and weeks of talking, you'll do it, but probably not immediately.
So you and others basically convinced her to get this Tinder.
I don't know if she ever did, but I know I was telling her to do it. I was like, you should just do it, or like a Hinge or something. I don't know.
That's pretty fair. What about any other social media?
I mean, she used Instagram a lot, TikTok recently. She's making her TikTok. She liked doing that. Snapchat was like main form of communication, I would say, probably.
Okay.
Facebook a little here and there. I mean, just like the normal social media, I guess.
What about the ones that are outside
like
the norm? Like OnlyFans, sugar daddies, some of these
Yeah,
others. I mean, she's a pretty girl.
Yeah.
As are you. I mean,
Thanks.
there people are making a lot of money.
She's like too shy for that. I
As
don't
are
think she would
you.
have done that.
Okay.
She's also like,
Ew,
she wasn't
creepy.
very confident like about her body either. So I think she also started going to the gym because of that. But I don't think she would have done that. I think if anything, maybe like feet pics or something. But
No, that's
what everybody
like,
says.
yeah, like feet pics is
Yeah.
probably like the weirdest thing, but the easiest, like less invasive, I guess.
People
But
make money off sharing
Yes.
pictures.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's really weird.
Things have changed a lot since
Yeah.
I was sorry.
Yeah.
No, I mean, but kind of legitimate because in a way, if there are these kind of non-mainstream or these pay sites that could give us a lead.
Yeah.
There are some people out there that are extremely good at chasing down IP addresses
Mhm.
and things of that nature. Or
Yep.
if the person running the account forgets to VPN in,
Yeah.
and they can follow it back.
VPN in.
just to make things,
Is that like CNN?
I mean, not that I ever knew about. Yeah, probably not.
Any of the other people in the house?
I don't think so. I mean, I hope not.
Okay.
Too funny.
Yeah, I just
So-
really can't see them doing that other than like feet pics. That's the only thing I can really see.
Will?
No.
Daily schedule, not sure, probably very normal. That's a fair response. Obviously, she had a few classes. You said she was working a lot. What kind of work was she doing?
I know she was working from home for, I don't remember what kind of company it was, but she was working, I think she was doing like marketing or some sort of like accounting thing. I honestly have no idea, but she was working for this one company and I knew they were gonna move her out somewhere. Either to like Boston or Austin. I don't remember which one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we know she was moving to Austin. Right?
Okay, yeah, so it was Austin. Yeah.
Austin, Texas. Great town.
Mhm.
Could that have been where the company was?
Well, I don't know. I think it was just like a company that's like all over.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because she had a couple of options of places to go, I remember.
Gotcha. Recent changes to her schedule, just working from home. Did she make decent money working from home?
Yeah, I know she definitely did because she was always buying things. Like she just recently got her car, she booked her trip, like she started getting her nails done. Like she was getting paid well.
Okay.
What does she do for work?
I don't know what it is, but she does something on a computer.
Okay.
And she was good at it too. That's another thing. She was really good at it. She was getting like shout outs from like the CEO or something.
Yep.
One of the tips you gave us was about Joy.
Mhm.
And then
Yeah.
we went down and talked with her. But when it comes to closest friends, she and Addie were very close
Mhm.
ever since elementary school. Xana did, who's a sorority sister. How about you? You didn't put yourself down.
I mean, I was like good friends with her, but I wouldn't have considered myself like her best friend. We didn't talk every single day. She was just like one of those friends that you can like talk to for like a couple days and then not talk to them for like a week or two and then talk again. And it's like you just picked up right where you left off.
Gotcha.
And I feel like that's how she kind of was with a lot of other people as well.
How about, give me 3 or 4 people that were kind of in that same category of friendship?
Probably like the King Cabin girls that lived like right above them in that brown cabin. They were also all in our sorority, and I feel like they were all like that as well.
What's it called? King Cabin?
Yeah. It's like
Okay.
and the people that live there now the one that she booked her with. Just
Interesting.
I feel like her probably are not super close, but still she lives there, so I don't know.
King Girls Cabin.
Okay. Don't know any changes to her kind of circle of friends recently. Any additions to her circle of friends?
Well, like her new roommates. I say new because she lived with 4, and then she moved out and moved in with Pi, which was different because obviously we don't really hang out with the Pi very much, and so I would say that her moving in there kind of like made her become closer with them.
Was Maddie part of that reasoning, since she and Maddie were so close?
Yeah. I know she really wanted to live with Maddie her senior year, and so like that was a big reason why she moved in with her.
Okay. Never discussed any fears, discomforts?
Not really, no.
Conflict with anyone?
Mm-mm.
Not contagious. I'm actually much better than I was last week.
You're fine.
Romantic relationships. Anyone else?
Not that she ever told me.
Did she ever go to the bar and just have a hookup?
No.
Anything like that? Not that you know?
No, she was very like, she would go out with her friends and stay with her friends. Like she wasn't that girl that was like going around talking to every guy and like trying to find someone, you know. She was very to herself. I guess it makes sense to me because she was dating Jeff for so long, and so like it's hard to get out of that, I guess. I don't know.
That's a good way to put it. Anything?
No, don't think so.
Okay.
All right.
Her reputation.
Okay, so we're just going to do a really quick intermission. I love just a quick break. I love how I live rent-free in other people's heads. No, Phoenix, Adam never got Kaylee's job. I never said that. Someone commented and I looked into it. There is no logical way that Adam got Kaylee's job. Adam is in Florida. Kaylee's job was in Texas. And I just love that you guys continue to shout me out, share my live. I love it. I love it. This is exactly what was said. Obviously, they shared my live. I greatly appreciate it. And one of the commenters on this channel, I won't show their name, but I gotta share it with y'all because this is hilarious. It's not me that said it. I am reading this from a screenshot of someone who put this under a comment of what I just showed you. And this is hilarious. It's because Trey, I think they meant they, got nothing to talk about, and their foolish listeners are not seeing the debunked facts because these clowns don't show them. Didn't I just debunk that? Jules and Pav will never come on and say, I was just wrong about all my videos and theories for the last 4 years. I love it. I absolutely freaking love it. Living in rent-free in someone's head is priceless. Let's go back to the interview. Love it.
And a fun person. Very consistent, by the way, with what other people have told me. So I don't think I have anything more on that. Her interaction with strangers. This is a good one. Outgoing, even though she's a little slightly shy or unsure.
Mm-hmm.
To me, it's a hypothetical, but maybe you've seen it. If a stranger just walked up to her on the street, let's say she's going to her favorite food truck or favorite coffee shop, and a stranger walks up to her and starts talking to her, how would she respond?
Well, it depends on like what they were saying. Like if they were like, hey, do you know where this is? She'd probably be really nice about it and be like, oh, right over there. Like, I don't know. But if they were like, went up to her and were weird and like creepy and were trying to like hit on her, she'd probably be like, oh, please stop. Like, you know, go away. Kind of like, but never like rude. She was never like a get away from me, like kind of girl.
So she wouldn't do a hard rejection. She'd do more of a soft.
Yeah, like oh, thanks. But like, I like have a boyfriend or something. Like she would never just be like a bitch, I guess. I don't know.
That's fair. I was laughing until you put it. It's fair.
Yeah. You think it was a tech or a marketing company? Not 100% sure that she was working with. Unsure if she had OnlyFans or sugar babies or anything else. She worked for a coffee shop right in Coeur d'Alene.
Do you remember which coffee shop it was?
Not. I know she worked at Dove a little bit, but then she started working for a smaller one. But
What was that?
I don't remember what it was. I'm not
Okay, so I live in Coeur d'Alene, and so I was just curious if you knew which coffee shop it was. We have like Jitters, Anchored, Daybreak.
She probably has it on her Instagram. Like I remember I was looking. It's probably in one of her Instagram highlights, but I don't know.
Okay,
you've probably been there.
I probably have. I've probably met her without even knowing it.
Yeah,
because I frequent the coffee stands.
Not aware of any time spent on other campuses or with anyone else. Now, WSU is so close by. Do you have a sister sorority over at WSU?
Yeah.
Was there mutual events and things like that?
No.
TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat. So forgive me because I know nothing of Snapchat.
Oh.
You do?
I do.
You're on Snapchat.
I am.
Let's talk about Snapchat. Common way of communicating. How?
I mean, there's like the chat part where you like text on the chat, and then there's like you can send a picture with a chat, and then it sends to them.
Okay, so it's like texting.
Yeah,
But through an
basically. Yeah.
I mean,
And then,
because I can send a message text, or I can send a picture with text.
Yeah, but it like will delete after like 24 hours or something.
Okay.
You can like set it to what you want it to be.
Okay.
Do you remember what your group settings are, or
With me and Kaylee.
Well, with you and Kaylee, and then you said you had group chats.
Yeah.
Like within
Well,
the group?
I was never in group chat with her because she was a different pledge class than I was.
Right.
But normally like 24 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any saved messages?
With Kaylee?
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay, and then those are the ones that like you tapped on and you saved them.
Or she might have. I don't know. I feel like I definitely do.
Okay. I don't know if that's something you'd want to see or look
It
at.
is.
You guys need to see them.
If that's okay
I
with
mean,
you,
yeah, that's fine.
then maybe when we get done, or we can do it right now, just take a look at them.
Yeah, and I can certainly give you my card too and have you attach them to the email. Can you do that?
So what she can do is she can show you them, and then I can either take pictures of them with my phone.
I feel like a lot of them are kind of just like me making appointments for getting her lashes. Actually, I mean,
Do you do her?
yeah.
So you actually are the one that does her.
Yes.
Okay. So
I already know what I'm looking at. So call you, buddy.
okay, so yeah, so all these are saved messages. So like she said, if Kaylee messages her on Snapchat for an appointment, if she doesn't save it,
It'll
we'll
just
put it in a
delete
calendar and
after,
she'll
like,
delete it. She won't remember what the date is.
Oh, gotcha.
So she has to save it. And then so this starts so up here's the date. I don't know if you can see that.
Yep.
So and
A little
then
bit.
what's that? Yeah. When's your birthday?
Yeah.
Okay. Where was she at when you were on your birthday? Because you said you wish you were here. Remember?
Honestly, I feel like she might have been in Coeur d'Alene.
Now
or
this is
something.
last year.
Yeah,
so.
I literally have no idea.
Are these in chronological order from August to newest?
So they are, but any messages in between these that are not saved are gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you didn't save them.
So like this one, it says for when, what kind of fill I can tomorrow after 12:30. We don't know what Kaylee asked her.
Yeah.
I got you. That makes sense.
Are you dating anybody right now?
Mhm.
Redacted. How about we listen to something that's not redacted? I don't know if I'll ever finish this one. I'm sure she'll give us a lot of information, but how about we go to this one? This one's pretty good. Let's listen to what he's got to say now. He's making the rounds.
I would say, conservatively speaking, there were 12 really hard people that were named in police files as suspects.
12 people as suspects? What? Have you guys watched this interview? Have you guys watched this interview with Chris Wickham? Holy moly. Are these the 25 pages that were redacted that his publisher would not let him publish? Holy freaking moly. Listen, Right off the bat.
I would say, conservatively speaking, there were 12 really hard people that were named in police files as suspects that I don't talk about in the book because for various reasons. Like,
Holy moly. 12. Susie Littleby, you are fine. Let's finish watching this.
too, but the cast of characters in this thing is staggering. It's unbelievable how many people could have been responsible for this. They had white cars that matched Koberger's. They had relationships with the victims. They were there's so many different things.
Yeah. Also, cell phone tower pings in a town of that size. It doesn't really. I don't know how much that.
But I'm glad to know that there were other people that they ruled out. Because hearing this, I'm like, how did they pick this random?
Well, okay, let's talk about
how did they rule them out? I want to see it in black and white, how these 12 suspects were ruled out. Because we haven't even finished Ruth Ballard's DNA. We haven't even got there yet. Folks, we haven't even got there yet. It's got tons of pages more. We probably won't finish this today, but there are samples reference of John Showalter, Cole Beringberg, Connor Chestnut, Jack DeCour, Jose Cruz, Henry Clark over at whoever the guy was at John's Alley, Kenneth Anderson, Donald McDonald, Mason Barstow, Jeremy Regan, Koberger, Coy Nguyen. I mean, guys, there were a ton of freaking, look at all these DNA. Mackenzie Griggs, Serena Riley, Chase Dixon, Caleb Jacobson, Brendan. I mean, did they just go along and start collecting everybody's DNA? Holy moly. Obviously, you can tell I haven't watched this interview, but damn, 12 individuals? Wow. I'm going to finish watching this. Let's watch it together. Holy moly. I've not heard this before. Let me go back and find it because I must have closed it. Hold on. 12. I want to see how they eliminated all of them. Step by step, folks.
Okay, that's so important.
Yeah.
How did they pick this guy, right?
Yeah.
And that's the question that nobody's really resolved to this day. The narrative says the police found this white car. Brian Koberger had a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra. At that time, these car manufacturers have a subconscious. They pick the same model and they all make a version of a small SUV or whatever. They're all very similar. At that time, many, many manufacturers, Mazda, Chevy made cars, four-door sedans that had the same contours, and they had a window behind the door in the back that was kind of like an eyelet that went up like that. And when the FBI came in and identified these
He also mentioned the Chevy.
cars, they basically went to surveillance cameras everywhere around Moscow, and they found cars driving around at that time of night, and they tried to make them look like they were all the same vehicle because they were white, they were four-door, and they had the window.
It was the only part I would have been useful in.
Oh, you would have.
Yeah,
Was it like because of the camera in the drive?
Dude just called him out on the cars. Just called him straight out. They tried to make them look like they were all the same vehicle. Dude just called out an expert in the FBI, guys. And again,
Because they were white, they were four-door, and they had the window.
It was the only part I would have been useful in.
Oh, you would have.
Yeah,
Was it like because of the camera in the driveway?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Ring cameras,
Got it.
surveillance cameras outside banks, ATMs.
Yeah.
Exactly
Oh, I
right.
see.
Exactly.
Okay.
So they came up with this white car,
Okay.
and the white car was seen on that same camera that I just mentioned, that 1112
Yeah.
King Road camera. So they put it all together, and they said it's all the same car, and they tried to. Nowhere does it show Brian Koberger in that car, and many places in the police file I found cars that were almost identical. Elantras, white four-door sedans, windows fit the profile. So that was how they said they found Brian Koberger, because of the
Got
car,
it.
right? Because of the video camera. The next thing is the cell cam. The FBI has a team called CAST, which is the Cellular Analysis Support Team, I believe. So they came in and they did an analysis. This is very common. If a crime occurred someplace down the street, CAST would come in. It's in television shows all the time. They call it dumping the towers. You dump the cell phone towers, you gather, and I've seen them. hundreds
Oh,
of
God,
thousands.
yeah.
It's just line after line, phone number, phone number, phone number. So that's how they zoned in on Kober. But here's what they found out. His phone was shut off at 2:54 in the morning, and it didn't come back on until 4:48. And somebody else, maybe I'm off by a minute, but not much more than a minute. So for those 2 hours around the time of the crimes, his phone was turned off. And his phone pinged earlier and his phone pinged after. So many people speculate, I speculate in the book. I don't have theories, but I say this is what the evidence shows because I obtained all the FBI CAS data. And I obtained the report that they prepared for trial. The CAS team had a thing to hand out as an exhibit at trial. I think it was 31 pages. And it looked like an 8th grade science project. It looked like a PowerPoint that had been printed out on paper. It was standard colors, and it had a picture of a cell tower that looked like an evergreen tree, and one that looked like a cactus. And these pictures, and I'm reading this thing, and I'm going, "Come on, guys! You know, I mean, you're the FBI, right?" Sorry. Sorry. I was surprised at it, but it showed this: in order to dump a tower and to triangulate a cell phone call. And I know this unequivocally because I've been involved in these before. You have to be able to do the math. You have to triangulate. In order to do that, you've got to have
3 points.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Or you've got to have a preponderance of towers that would allow you to narrow down, because a cell phone tower will ping on a tower. And if it, for various reasons, it might go to this tower, this tower, this tower. All that data gives you greater specificity in terms of narrowing it down.
Yeah.
In Moscow at that time, Brian Koberger's phone was AT&T, and the AT&T towers, there were a very, very small number of towers. So they could only narrow down those pings to within what I estimate to be a 10-mile distance. You could be 10 miles away. It would pick up that phone tower. If there had been 2 or 3, then they could have found something more. They didn't have those things.
Yeah.
So Bill Thompson goes out and says, we narrowed him down to within 200 meters or whatever else. And I look at this data and say, no, you can't.
How?
How? I mean, I have the report. I mean, it would have come out at trial. So the next is cell tower pings. And a guy named Cy Ray was the defense expert hired by the defense to be the defense expert. He was a cell tower analyst, and he just came out with a book, I think last week. I don't know what it's called, but he talked about this in general, but there's a section in the book about this case. And he says the data was horribly flawed. It was terribly misrepresented. It was, the thing was a debacle. And he was going to testify at trial to the insufficiency of the cast analysis. So that's the second pillar of the defense. The third is DNA. So everybody that knows this case knows that Brian Koberger's DNA was found on a knife sheath in the bed on the 3rd floor. The evidence shows that the knife sheath may have been found on the floor and moved to the bed by police. And I say that for this reason. So the Moscow Police Department sealed the crime scene. They go to a judge and get a search warrant. The search warrant was done by Nunez, who in the search warrant was looking for a gun and bullets because he thought he shot himself in bed.
Right.
So they go and do the search, but the search was actually done by the...
Wait a minute. They thought he shot himself in bed?
Get a search warrant. The search warrant was done by Nunez, who in the search warrant was looking for a gun and bullets because he thought he shot himself in bed.
Right.
So they go and do the search, but the search was actually done by the Idaho State Police because they have greater resources. So they bring the crime lab down. It's a guy named Talbot, Detective Talbot, professional, a very seasoned professional. You fill out a report.
Holy free holies. Holy freaking friholies. Dylan heard a bang. Bethany heard a firecracker. Now, why would the officer think that someone shot themselves in bed? What? Oh my God, I can't make this up.
Search warrant was looking for a gun and bullets because he thought he shot himself in bed.
Right.
So they go and do the search, but the search...
He thought he shot himself in bed. Is that because when Nunes walks in, he says, what does he have in his hand? That's why there was his scalp and blood and hair on the floor. Oh my God. predict we're going to find out that it was Ethan's hair. Speculation, of course.
Actually done by the Idaho State Police because they have greater resources. So they bring the crime lab down. It's a guy named Talbot, Detective Talbot, professional, a very seasoned professional.
And I have to address this comment, DJ Strawn. When I took that screenshot, you can go back a while back when I talked about this, and a lot of people were offended because when he said murder-suicide, okay? I took that picture, took it into AI, and it actually said it looked like scalp. All right? So keep that in mind.
You fill out a
Scalp tissue.
report, might have body camera video, not in this particular instance, but you get a form, and it's just a form. It says Idaho State Police, date of investigation, address of investigation, and then it's like a spreadsheet, and you just fill it in. So you say number 1, second floor bedroom, blank coffee cup, whatever, and then you bag the item and you put it in evidence.
Cataloging the whole.
Page 2, item number 14, K-bar Marine Corps style knife sheath found, next box, found on floor next to victim number 3.
Next to the girl.
The girl. And it's not a typo where he said found on the 3rd floor next to the victim.
Now, wait a minute. I'm just going to have to stop here and say, the sheath was on the floor. They think a cop picked it up and put it on the bed. But here we have Koberger's DNA on the sheath. How did that freaking happen?
Victim. It says found on the floor next to victim number 3. In the very next line, it identifies her again as victim number 3. So there are some anomalies, and you would look at this and say, now, wait a minute. Are we going to take police at their word and say that we're going to believe you? And the answer is yes. So should we believe him when he say he found the knife sheath on the floor? One might argue yes.
Yeah.
Then why in all the photographs and why in the analysis is it found in the bed under her thigh? So there are so many anomalies like this. And then there are chain of custody issues. The biggest one is this. Ann Taylor, in trying to defend her client, would go to Judge Hippler and file motions. I'm not a lawyer, but it's pretty common knowledge. Some of them called motions in limine, and there is a thing called a Franks hearing. Franks is not Frank apostrophe S. It's a guy named Franks, like the Brady disclosure, which is Supreme Court law that says that if a witness is deemed to be corrupted in some manner, they lie in a case, they're found to commit fraud in a case, whatever, they will always be identified as a Franks exclusion. They can still testify, but they have to announce that they've somehow jaded, right?
Yeah.
So there was a Franks hearing asked for before Judge Hippler by Ann Taylor, the defense attorney, and she came in, lead investigator of the case, asked him if the FBI ever told him that Brian Koberger's DNA was found on the knife sheath, and he said, no. One word, no, period.
Oh,
everybody who knows anything about this case thinks that Brian Koberger's DNA was found on a knife sheath. So then the question is, well, wait a minute. What do you mean the FBI never told you that? She said, what did the FBI tell you? And he said that we should treat this with no more credibility than a tip.
Oh, great.
I can't remember if he said anonymous tip, but they said a tip. So then you go back and you say, well, wait. How is this conceivable that the evidence is a white car?
Millions of those, yeah.
Cell tower.
Not
maybe
great.
more than not great.
Yeah.
And now you've got the DNA. And you have in a court hearing before the judge, the lead detective in the case saying the FBI never told him the DNA was on the knife. Brian Koberger's DNA was on the knife sheath, and that it was sufficient only to the point where it should be given the weight of a tip.
And they themselves didn't have their own DNA lab to send it to. So they were reliant on the FBI?
Great question. The Idaho State Police do have a crime lab.
Okay.
The sample was sent, the knife sheath was sent to the crime lab. They sent a DNA sample to a crime lab in Texas, Woodlands, Texas, called Othram Labs. It was a private lab. So the state of Idaho didn't want to build a lab themselves.
Yeah.
So they contracted to a private laboratory. They took the evidence to that laboratory and they gave the evidence to the laboratory. In the Franks hearing, now this is not me, I'm just reciting what's in the Franks hearing. she, Ann Taylor, the defense attorney, asked them about the DNA and said, where are the reports? The whole point was, you say that his DNA was found on the crime scene. Where's the reports?
Yeah.
And they said, there are no reports. And she said, what are you talking about? And they said that they identified the DNA sample on the knife from the knife sheath and tied it to one of 4 brothers. And she said, who are these brothers? And he said, I don't know. I don't have the name. Why not? Because there's no report. Where's the report? I don't know. And it goes through this whole thing. But the salient feature, to come back to your question, is, and it's a great question, is were any of those brothers named Koberger? And the answer was no.
We've already gone through this so many times. I'm glad he basically said it. I'm so glad he said it. We have gone through these documents. What a fireball. We know that it wasn't Koberger. I predict he's going to be found innocent, exonerated. He knows that too. We're going to get back right into the documents with Ruth Ballard, Dr. Ruth Ballard. One swab from the study table, we know where it was. That was Kernoodle. We went over that. Another one was Xana outside of her bedroom. It sounds like this altercation perhaps started on the 2nd floor. Remember the 12 suspects, guys. Was it a small little party that was going on? And lab item 78, stain on the floor, obviously was Xana's also. Now, there was some swab stains that we already reviewed. That was on the chair and the trash can and the wall. That was positive. They didn't go over these. They did not test these. And those were never tested in regards to the backpack. And no trace DNA, I'm just recapping, on the pictures that you see with the face and the handprints on the back door. Now, there was this polar penguin glove that was found in the driveway, clearly. And this had male D unknown because there was no other DNA known. And we've never really seen the pictures other than what they gave us in the crime scene pictures if this male was cut. I've never seen an up close. I've never seen an actual glove that says it was cut, but they were able to retain this DNA, and that is male D. And male D does appear, obviously, on the ring finger and on the pinky finger. There's trace DNA, and under the palm area, all 4 areas. Now, she gets into talk about Ethan's autopsy. They kept his hair for use, obviously. And then the FBI, this is the FBI she's talking about right here in these 2. And it says 1 hair on the right hand. It is consistent with Chapin's own hair. And it is not the defendant's hair. So the hair in Ethan's right hand is his own hair. Was Ethan right or left-handed? Does anybody know? Was he right or left-handed? Anybody know? Then they took the blood card at the ISP lab, and that was going to be referenced to use Ethan's blood to match. And they did look at the right hand clippings from Chapin with the light red-brown staining. And they determined that it was actually Xana's in Ethan's nails. Now, I know this probably doesn't look good, but if they were fighting, that could be why. Or perhaps he was trying to save her from an assailant. It says there was 2 contributors. 2 contributors. Didn't say what the other one was. Well, actually they do. They say Kernodle and Chapin. So both of those were both of those.
Lab item 7, left hand finger clippings from Chapin and the bread round staining from 3 clippings. Single source DNA profile matched Chapin. Doesn't say Ethan, it just says Chapin. You think that they would specify. FBI, 1 hair from left sock. It was consistent with Chapin's own hair. It was not Koberger. FBI lab, a bag covering Ethan's left hand when his body was transferred. It was Ethan's own hair. Yet again, it was not Koberger's. Lab item 52, 1 hair from Chapin's autopsy transport bag. It was Ethan's own hair. Again, it was not Koberger. That's huge, folks. Does anybody want to know why that's so huge? Because allegedly, it makes this crime look like a murder-suicide. Alleged. They go to Kernodle's autopsy, and she references the hair from Xana. And it says 1 hair in her left hand. And that was consistent with her own hair. It is not, yet again, Brian Koberger's. Reference blood card from Xana used to develop DNA comparisons. ISP Lab 9, 4 right-hand clippings of Xana's nails. The nails were collectively swabbed, obviously brought, tested, and the 2 contributors were Ethan and Xana. Were they fighting? Were they fighting for their lives? And then 5 left-hand clippings from Xana. And that was said to be Ethan and Xana. Yet again. FBI lab, Xana left hand when her body was transported for autopsy. It was her own hair. And yet again, it was not Koberger's. 1 hair from a sweatshirt. It was Kernoodle's own hair. It was Xana's own hair, guys. It was not Koberger's. Yet again, not Koberger's. Yeah, don't be messing with little Susie B. Now, Maddie's autopsy. They took her hair in reference and developed the DNA. FBI did the red head hair. And then they took the clippings. And it was said that it was her own DNA. Blood, human cells. Then the ISP lab 13, 5 left hand fingernail clippings from Mogan with red and brown stains. It was said that the DNA, the major contributor was Mogan, and the minor was Kaylee. Initially, they were unable to either include or exclude Koberger as a contributor. However, the defense team pursued additional testing and they ruled him out as a contributor. So they did go back and test other things. The defense went and said, yes, I want this tested by a third party, and that was cybergenetics. They used the technique True Allele software. The male contributor to this profile has never been identified. Well, I wonder who that could be. The FBI should look into that.
FBI one hair tie with Maddie's own hair, and it was not Koberger. FBI 56, one hair on pants. It was Mogan's own hair. It was not Koberger. Kaylee's autopsy. FBI referenced head hair. They used it for comparisons and develop her DNA. 5 right-handed clippings of Kaylee and the brown-red stains. They were determined to be her own DNA. And the left-hand clippings were said to be her own DNA. And the FBI went and looked at 2 hairs from a shirt. And it was Kaylee's own hair, but it was not Koberger's. Now, this is where it gets good. We went down and we looked at all this, and the swab from the entryway was unknown male C. Unknown male C. But we know from the factual documents, I don't know why she left out whose male C was. We know who it was. John Showalter at 500 Queen Road, the residence. It was said that it was his own blood. And it was said his own blood. A backseat cushion, no blood, no trace. And I know a lot of people are like, oh, he could have cleaned his car out really good. I read an article on a case that was over 26 years old, and they still were able to get DNA from the car of the victim 26 years later. I think they did a great job looking at this car and found nothing. Nothing at all on any portion of his car. Residence, nothing. Absolutely nothing. And it goes through reference samples of suspects and persons of interest. It goes Showalter, Colbert. I've listed all these there. It's in the documents. It's on Justice for All. Then they tested Dylan Mortensen. And this is exactly what Ruth Ballard said. A light green jacket found in an extra room that had stains with possible shoe wear impressions. Who stepped on this jacket? Was Dylan wearing this jacket during this ordeal? It tested originally negative in 2 screenings blood tests. But wait. I want to show you the actual statement from the lab. And that was item 133. People are going to tell you different. I'm going to show you exactly item 133. And you're going to see the notes. You're going to see the history in this item. And you're going to see the admission that they sprayed Blue Star. And you know what is very interesting? People will deny this left and right. They will deny that there was ever blood on this jacket. And I'm going to show you the truth. The results from preventive chemical test were negative. After they got the jacket. After they got the jacket. But what happened before? What happened when the jacket was found that the defense asked for? What happened? The detective admitted he sprayed Blue Star. I can't make this up. He admitted he sprayed Blue Star all over this. Now, Blue Star is not bad. It just means they can get DNA off of it. But I'm going to show you right where he says, I sprayed Blue Star and it tested positive for blood. After the lab got it and they tested it, nope, couldn't test it for blood. Did somebody wash the jacket? And this was, let me look at this. Was this Malcheck? Taylor my check. Let me get the experts document. There's some history with this jacket. And there was an email going back and forth about this jacket. And he basically says, yeah, I sprayed it. Light green and pink, Wild Fable, size M, hooded jacket. Light green, pink flowers, 2 pockets. Originally observed red and brown and gray stains all over, possibly hair, fibers, and feather, all left in place. Small black spot stains on the front. Next to the zipper and on right side of pocket, I used infrared light to examine visible stains and apparent under IR and observed no additional stains. And it says, no reaction after the fact. But there was an open case for this jacket. There was an open dialogue that was going back and forth. And I want to show you, hold on. And basically the officer or the detective says, yes, it tested positive for blood, but I actually sprayed it with Blue Star. So it wasn't going to test afterwards, especially if the jacket was in the care of someone and they washed it, especially with peroxide. Especially if they washed it, because remember, heat destroys it. Here it is. Green and pink jacket. This was the biological screen, which tested presumptive positive for proteins, which luminized using Blue Star. Area which luminized was the front zipper. Please test for blood. Positive for proteins. Please test for blood. Well, you can't get it after the fact. You can't get it after the fact, but it was presumptive on the zipper for blood. So how could you not assume or speculate that the rest of it was in fact blood? Just going to try to minimize everything available for certain people in this case, it looks like. Crazy. I am so glad that there are people out there looking at these documents now, questioning. Okay, here we go. Let's just take a look at this. There was one more video I wanted to get into. And I think this is going to be really cool. That is the light green jacket. It was originally negative screens for blood. The jacket was later submitted to the defense team. 5 locations, 2 DNA profiles, and it was the inclusion of Dylan Mortensen as a contributor. Nothing on it was Koberger's. No DNA.
They tested 5 different locations. And Murphy, obviously, that was her opinion. But this is the really cool thing about this expert's opinion. During the commission of a crime, cells, hair, and their DNA can be transferred from the perpetrator to the victim to the perpetrator to the crime scene or a weapon, and from the victim of the crime scene or a weapon. This transfer can often be detected using forensic human DNA profiling techniques, and information can sometimes be very helpful for solving crimes. The best source of DNA in a forensic investigation are hair, blood, semen, and cells from inside the body orifice, mouth, vagina, rectum. At violent homicides, there are usually copious DNA from an injured victim due to bleeding, and sometimes from the perpetrator who may get injured during the attacks. Being a liquid, blood spreads rapidly and easily, soaking into clothing, footwear, bedding, carpet, and other items, and spattering on walls, floors, people, weapons, and objects. Even if a perpetrator does not get injured and does not leave his own blood behind, it is difficult for him to leave the scene without taking the blood of victims with him. This is especially true when the attack is up close and personal, like a knife killing, where there is direct contact between perpetrator and his victim. It's also especially true when there is limited time for a perpetrator to clean up before leaving a scene. It is also possible for a perpetrator to shed hair during a violent attack or pick up hairs from the victim. Humans passively shed 50 to 100 hairs per day. They accumulate in our homes and our workplace. They adhere easily to clothing and other items. They may also be actively pulled from the head during a violent altercation, either as the attacker attempts to subdue the victim or as victims defend themselves and fight back. Now remember, in the video that I played not too long ago, in the background, you can hear the the experts that are standing outside at 1122 say the governor is going to treat this as a homicide. If you have not seen that, go back to the body cam footage. It's about 5 o'clock, and you can hear it on the audio. It doesn't pick it up in the closed captions, but it is definitely there. Hair pulled out by the roots can be an excellent source of DNA. Well, they tested the hair, and it was Ethan's own hair. Skin cells also are potential source of DNA. Yada, 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 yada. Trace DNA also. And you can go and look at her full final report. Finally, there are no means to determine the age of DNA or a particular deposit of biological material, even the presence of high-quality DNA that is not as an indicator that it was recently shared. And I've read this before to you guys. In fact, keeping those facts in mind, it is my opinion that the biological DNA evidence in the current state of State v. Brian Koberger paints a puzzling picture with limited support for the state's theory, as well as evidence undermining that theory. This is an expert telling the state your theory is not correct. Your theory is just not correct. These are all the reasons why male B, male D, male C are questionable. And who are those? If they swabbed all their DNAs, let's just say the fridge busted and they lost all the DNA. Well, retest everyone. They have that right. You can charge anyone with murder. There's no time limit for murder in Idaho. You can charge anyone else. This is a professor, forensic DNA consultant in Oregon. 200 criminal and civil cases. That's a lot of cases, folks. I think she definitely has the qualifications. A lot of DNA. Now, I want to get into something that I've been questioning for a long time, guys. Let's think about this. If Ethan was naked, why was Ethan naked? This is going to be a pretty shocking episode. This is going to be a pretty shocking, the last part of our 6-hour stream. Why would you think a college student is in bed naked only with socks? What's the first thing that comes to your mind? First thing that comes to your mind. Why would Ethan be in bed naked with just socks on? And it's his own hair on his socks. Let's think about this for a minute. His own hair on his socks. Let's see what kind of feedback we get. I know we're getting tired. It's getting close to the end of the day when we're almost done. But let's think about this logically. Why would Ethan be naked in bed with just socks on? Was he in bed before Xana was on the floor? Did someone cover up? Did someone, the hour of power is coming. Relations, bow chicka wow wow. Possible. Hanky panky. Possible. 4 a.m. Remember, Dylan said she heard, the cop just said that there was a bang, a flashbang at 4 a.m. 4 a.m. What happened before that? Let's go to the Linda Lane. Let's see if we can get any indication. I don't know. It's a long shot. Well, how about the security camera? I've got this clip. Let me load this clip. Let's go back. We talked about this the other day. We talked about this clip about 4 a.m. There's something going on. Yeah, hazing would be one thing to give your college a bad reputation, but murder? Was he getting ready to go back to Sigma Chi and live in is that possible that he was going, they were going to haze him again and then he can move back in? Does that typically happen that way? I mean, let me see what the rules are. Will you have to face hazing to move into a fraternity house for reentry? Let's just see what they say. For reentry. No, legitimate fraternities do not require any type of hazing. I don't know. Do you think everybody really liked Ethan? Do you think that there would be You think that they would allow that? Rumors of the bottle, it's horrible, but it happens. Yeah, we went through the bottle. Hazing taken too far. He was naked. We've never seen any autopsy. We've only seen some reports, and it doesn't mention anything of, they did take complete swabs from everybody. Okay, so this is what Grok says. It still happens in some places. Paddle, beatings, forced calisthenics. On the surface, severe enough to cause hospitalization or worse. Face slapping, similar strikes have appeared in older accounts, and occasional reports of underground or rogue activity, but it's not formal or a universal practice. But that's more like a ritual. Let me take a look at this. Jealous of Ethan. Yeah, everybody liked these guys. So why would they be? Oh, it won't give me any examples of ritual hazing. A fraternity club or organizations. There are plenty of legal, constructive alternatives. Outdoor activities, academic support systems, or structured mentorship. Yeah, but the Greek life, I mean, we've seen it headlines all over, right? It's not like it doesn't exist. I felt it was warranted to ask. So here we are at 4 a.m. Yeah, we've seen some hazing videos. So she says about 4 o'clock. She the only one awake and knew everything? Sounds like fighting or arguing, scuffle. Did someone get dropped off? Yeah, it sounds like something's going on. What is that? Someone grasping for air? Something, dude. Waterboarding? Sounds like someone's not breathing right. Holy shit. Someone just came at 4 a.m. Hold on a minute. Someone comes in and leaves. Someone leaves at 4. I don't know where this car came from, but they're blurring it all out. Oh, you know what? They're blurring it all out. Why would they blur it out? Who was said to be the Delt's source for drugs? Who was it? Who told me? Hold on. I remember the Caden Young. Hold on a minute. Somebody tagged me in a video the other day. Let me see. Who was that? Over on TikTok. She tagged me in a video. Let me take a peek out of it. Where is it? Okay, hold on. Here, I'm going to share this real quick. Let me see if I could do this. Let me see if this is it.
They live in Moscow, Idaho.
Yeah.
That the last thing they were thinking was that their roommates were being murdered. Even though they may have thought, gosh, it sounds like my roommate's being murdered. That's not what they thought.
What?
You know what I'm saying? That's not what's going through your head.
Okay.
They live in Moscow, Idaho.
Yeah.
The last thing they were thinking was that their roommates were being murdered. Even though they may have thought, gosh, it sounds like my roommate's being murdered. That's not what they thought. You know what I'm saying?
If that's what they thought, that's not what they thought. What?
That's not what's going through your head.
I heard her playing music.
How do you know it was her? I guess I should ask that.
I don't really know for sure why I knew it was her, but I think it's because I heard her voice and she's probably singing. I knew for sure it was her when she walked upstairs and she said someone's here. That's how I knew for sure that it was Kaylee. So pretty
That's not what the detective just said.
much she like walked up the stairs, normal, wasn't weird or anything, and I was like, okay, like I can go back to bed. Like
So she like shouted out to you, somebody's here?
not to me. I don't know if she knew I was awake, but she walked up the stairs with Murphy.
I don't know if she knew I was awake.
I think she got to almost about the top of the stairs just by how many like stomps there was. And she said someone was here frantically, but it wasn't a yell
Because she's the one that saw the guy and said someone's here. It wasn't Kaylee. She warned someone's here.
I know for a fact it wasn't like yell or shout because not here.
Oh, I can't today. Let me go and look at this one. Where is it? Where is it? She tagged me not too long ago. Let me see. Where the heck is it? It was the one with the car. This car.
Police escorts, everybody passports.
Okay, well, you know that Bethany didn't have a car unless she had a rental. No, I don't know. That was not the car. Let's see. Hold on. Shoot, I thought it was here. Dang it. It was the car. Had to do with this car. I'll find it and I'll share it. But it had to do with this car that we're looking at. The car goes back at 9 a.m. That's what we were talking about the other day. The car goes back at 9 a.m. And I think we narrowed down whose car it was. Where is it? Okay, that's the first car. They turned. How did Dylan know exactly at 4 a.m.? This was right after Molly McMichaels delivers whatever. This was right after, and then we hear people gurgling like they're trying to breathe. Yeah, we talked about that a long time ago, the pressure washer sound. Here comes another car. Where does it go? Is that the one that's trying to park? Yeah. Tries to back in and park. Realize they're not going to fit. Sounds like an Audi. Something's happening. There's a lot of talking. If we can hear that, if we can hear this from the balcony, I'm sure Dylan can hear everything. I mean, she did say in her own words, I heard everything. Holy shit. You guys, I just realized what that might be. Could that be a shower running? Ethan was naked. Could he have taken something and they had to put him in the shower? Is that possible? And then he only had socks on and one hair of his own on his socks? I'm just curious. What are your thoughts? Car looks more like the guys from the grub truck. Possibly, it could be. Could be. So when someone said waterboarded, it sounded like a shower running, like you're trying to sober someone up. Okay, we just went over this, but let me share this with you again. Ruth Ballard's professional opinion. Hold on a second. Professional opinion is that Ethan had his own hair, one hair in the right hand, and then he had fingernail clippings was his own and Xana's. And one hair from a left sock, it was his. One hair from the bag covering his body when transported for autopsy was his. One bag covering his right hand hair was his own. None of it was Kohlberger's. It doesn't say anything more about the other hairs. I'm trying to see if there's anything we hear that corroborates Dylan's story. That's a great question. That is a fantastic question, Caleb. Now, when they say the crime scene was staged, how do we know that someone didn't OD and then they took the crime scene and changed it drastically to look like something else had happened? Possible. Yeah, something's going on. Sounds like a lot of shuffling around. Moving around. Moving around. What are they moving? If Dylan was the only one awake, what is going on? Because remember, she doesn't text or email or call anyone until 27. So what is Dylan? She's awake. She hears something at 4:10. Right? That's what was said. And then she has all these. What was she doing for 20, 30 minutes? If she was awake and she heard everything, what was she doing during that time frame? Let me get that transcript once again. Justice for all. Let me grab that real quick. It says, what was it? Bushy eyebrows. Bushy eyebrows. Hold on. That was motion in limine. Yeah, because something about eyebrows. Defendant's motion in limine regarding witness. Okay, here we go. Let me just take a peek. And it said, well, yeah, now I was very drunk. Still tipsy, but I believe I was very drunk. What? Oh, God. Where is... She said 4:10. She was awake the entire time, and it all started at 4. So she woke up. She testified to the grand jury. Deanne testified she woke up at 4 a.m. to noises. Well, we hear these noises, right? We hear the noises. And she testified she opened her door and heard a man's voice say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." But the cop just said that she saw him in the black mask. All I remember is the bushy eyebrows, and it was like one of those little circle ski masks. So how did they go from a ski mask to a baklava? Wow. That's all I remember. She testified she opened the door. I saw a figure in all black, which I believe was a person. I knew the person was white. I didn't know how, but I just knew it. Knew it was male. I think that's because of the voice. The person was around my height or a few inches taller. And then I knew his build was like scrawny and he wasn't fat. So I figured it was just like basketball toned, lean build. Almost like a ski mask. Wearing all black. This was on 4/18/25. And then she says, well, the thing I can really remember was someone about the bushy eyebrow. I don't remember seeing anything else, just something about the bushy eyebrow. This was after the fact, wasn't it? When did she testify to this? On May 15, 2023, after he was arrested? That was after he was arrested. Wow. So she didn't mention anything about the bushy eyebrows until after he was arrested and they showed a picture. Wow. Great work, guys. Wow. She did not make an identification of defendant, and her descriptions were not the result of the use of law enforcement identification techniques. Wow. In fact, the sole instance when DM was asked to identify the suspect When she was shown his mugshot after his arrest, she responded she had no clue whether it was the person she saw. Wow. Dang. But wasn't it in another interview someone said that they had told her that she saw him? Big nose, white. Now he's got his nose showing. Jeez. Probative of value. Based on the foregoing, defendant's motion in limine, witness identification by bushy eyebrows is denied. Wow. Okay, then. So if she's awake at 4 in the morning, and this was 4/18/25. So, of course, then they would tell the jury, well, the defendant has bushy eyebrows. That could be over 100 different people in the area with bushy eyebrows. And he doesn't look like a lengthy basketball player to me. I mean, that's weird. Some people are just so weird. Let me look at this real quick. Let's go back because we know she's awake listening to all this. What did she hear? Who is his accomplice? Now they're saying he had an accomplice. Here it is. Former FBI agent is saying that he had an accomplice. Former FBI agent claims Bryan Kohberger had an accomplice in Idaho student murders that was never caught. Oh, Whitcomb said, let's just see. He appeared with Dax. Let's see what he says. I want to do a search. Said he had an accomplice. I mean, got caught. That doesn't make sense. Hold on. Let's look at this.
You're like, what's happened?
It's wild.
Yeah.
The whole thing. But anyways, it was very little information. The rules of engagement became a thing over time. Going back to your original point, I still to this day have the handwritten rule. I mean, it was a debacle because
I personally wasn't terribly.
He was sentenced to 4 consecutive life. So that's the end of the case, right? And horrible story. Resolved to everyone's satisfaction with pleas of guilt, and it goes away.
Right.
Done. No trial, no evidence, no nothing.
Yeah.
Except everybody in the world already knew about it. Everybody in the world had their own theory, and all of a sudden it's gone. Then here I come.
Oh,
Yeah.
And here we are now.
Yeah, you had a friend
Yes.
suggest to you that you should look at this.
Correct.
And initially you're like, no, I'm not interested. What's there to?
I wasn't interested because I was doing another book, another true crime book on a case from Springfield, Missouri called the Springfield 3, which if somebody Googles the Springfield 3, it's a huge unsolved 35-year-old missing persons case. 3 women disappeared, never found a trace. I was finishing that book, and I was fully involved in all the edits that go along with that. And then I get this call from this guy and says, hey, we got to talk.
Yeah.
And I knew nothing about the case. I'd been buried in another case.
And he was a student, right? A PhD student or something?
Well, yeah, let's go through in order.
Okay,
so
cool,
your book, I like the way that your book is structured. So we start the book with the plea.
I think the first line is most stories don't start at the end, but that's where we were, right? So we start this book with a solution. And the solution is Brian Koberger standing up. So it starts at that July 2nd, 2025 hearing where he stands up. Judge Hippler says, we're going to change the plea. The prosecutor stands up and recites the evidence as it would have happened. He says, I did it 5 times. He says it again 5 times, and it's sealed and it goes away. But that is the end until you look at what nobody saw. If there had been a trial, this information would have come out. It would have gone through public scrutiny. And no matter what happened, everyone would know why. But because there was no trial, no one knew any of the information in that book. Right. And I don't think I'm exaggerating. There's very little information in that book that people knew prior to it coming out.
Right.
It's almost all new information.
And let's just start by saying this book is not in any way attempting to say he didn't do it.
Correct. It's not a wrongful conviction case.
Yeah, start there. It's not a wrongful conviction book. But there's a lot of stuff.
Oh, no, this is so...
That does beg some questions that probably deserve to be scrutinized in a trial. And it would have probably been more satisfying for all of us to maybe learn. So then we go from the plea to 4:20 a.m. Sunday morning in Moscow, Idaho.
Yeah.
So tell us what happened that night.
Let me just back up. I think this book is 16 chapters or something like that. The spine of this book, it is different than other books I've written. It will be my 7th published book. The one I'm doing with Dylan's not coming out till the fall. Okay. So it's my 7th published book. And I've written novels, I've written memoirs, I've written different kinds of things. This is different because it's a book built on somebody else's writing for the most part. Right. Each one of those chapters has a spine, which is a police document, an interview transcript. It is some primary source document, and I build the chapter around what they said.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And I don't formulate theories. I say, this is what you don't know. Yeah. And it plugs it into the larger story. Yeah. And in many of those instances, in those chapters, some of them are outrageous.
Just to give you a heads up, guys, he is writing the book White Pines and Stone, The Hunt for the Springfield 3. Dylan McDermott and from the FBI's Most Wanted, Dylan McDermott and former FBI Special Agent Chris Whitcomb reveal investigation into the disappearance of the Springfield 3. It's a cold case that has bewildered police officers, the FBI, and avid true crime followers for decades. Yes, Dylan McDermott, the actor, not Dylan from the Idaho 4. Just want to be clear about that. And it's supposed to come out in 2007. That is in the library. So let's finish watching this just to clarify that.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So, but we start with what we all would think happened, right? What we knew, which is 4 a.m, or what's the time?
Yeah, let's start with this. Yeah. What the prosecution has said at the hearing and all along is that sometime at approximately 4:15 on a Sunday morning, so Saturday night parties on a college campus going into Sunday morning at 4:15, various things happen that lead prosecutors, investigators, then prosecutors to believe this is when the crimes occurred. When that happened, 2 young women were killed on the 3rd floor in a bedroom on the 3rd floor, and a woman and her boyfriend were killed on the 2nd floor of the 3-story house, and the killer left. What really starts to stand out is the prosecution's timeline suggests that was about 5 minutes, between 3.5 and 5 minutes. And now, listen, everybody listening to this thing is going to have their own opinions and attitudes. Some would argue that initially they said 15, 20 minutes. When it comes right down to it, the timeline established with all of the evidence as presented by the prosecution, was 3.5 to 5 minutes.
Wow.
To kill four human beings.
In a house you would maybe not know or know.
Okay, so there's the next question. 3-story house, 2 bedrooms, 3rd floor, 2 bedrooms and a bathroom, 2 bedrooms and a bathroom, living room and a kitchen, 2 bedrooms and a bathroom on the first floor.
Yeah, other people were there, right?
2 other people were living in the house.
Yes.
And they were not killed.
Right, exactly.
Which is another issue. And they didn't call
Strange.
police for 8 hours.
Yeah.
They did not call 911 for 8 hours.
So the 911 call, the initial 911 call is a full 8 hours later.
Let's accept the prosecution timeline and say that the murders occurred approximately 4:15, 4:17, 4:18, 4:19, within that 10-minute window. That's the accepted timeline. The 2 surviving females in the house, residents of the house.
Well, wait a minute. If we're listening to this, that was a pretty silent crime then, no? That's wild. We don't even really know if it was that time.
Went downstairs to the first floor bedroom and stayed there till they called 911 at approximately 11:55 the next, later that
Noon.
morning.
Yeah.
Noon. So, 15, 20 minutes here and there, 8 hours, right? After calling their friends who came over and went into the house before the police got there, and they called it in as a medical emergency, a passed out roommate. A roommate had passed out and would not wake up.
That's what they called and said.
That's what they called and said, which soon becomes a real issue.
There's blood everywhere, yeah?
I mean, this is crazy
Monstrous.
stabbing.
Yeah.
Monstrous.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been involved in a very, very large number of very violent, awful scenarios, and this was bad. This is just absolutely horrible. It's such a complex case, and it's so difficult to put the whole thing in perspective.
Yeah.
The bottom line is this. It started with a 911 call. A relatively new police officer in Moscow, Idaho is a town of roughly 25,000 people, 26, 27,000 people, a university campus. So you have a police department that deals with cases like this. They didn't have murders. They didn't have the violent crime.
Exactly.
It's primarily
bar fights. And
exactly right.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, exactly. It's a college campus. So all professionals trained. He had been a medical first responder before he got this job. And let me start with 3 things. That the prosecution built this case around a 3-tiered or 3-pronged.
Killers.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
One of them was DNA found on a knife sheath in the bed on the 3rd floor, supposedly. One of them was a white car that was tied to the suspect, Brian Koberger, the now convicted, or pled guilty, and some cell tower information. So a car, cell tower, and DNA. Okay. On the surface looks great. So now we say, how do we get there? So what's very unusual about this case is nobody knew this at the time because there was a gag order on the case. Judge Hippler imposed a gag order. So even though people were talking about this nonstop, no one had any of the information.
Yeah.
No one knew what the evidence was. And so it was what the prosecution was saying, not what anybody had seen.
Yeah.
Right. So one of the first things that happened is, I think it was Dateline NBC, somebody leaked some really critical information to them in violation of the gag order. And the judge was unhappy about that and made that known to everybody involved. And that was
Yeah, but where is the investigation? They are still looking in the leak. Did they find the leak? There is still no public update on this leak.
big issue, right? At the time. Everything that I did was after that. It was after he had been convicted.
Yeah.
Everything I did was after the gag order had been lifted, and they were starting to disclose some of the information under Freedom of Information Act request. So that's just a timeline.
Yeah.
Okay. So the timeline of the crimes and the response starts with something you don't see in a lot of true crime, which is a 56 or 60-minute body camera video. This officer named Mitch Nunez, relatively new to the department, was wearing a body cam, and it starts with him and his cruiser responding to the crime.
Yeah.
And the way those work, you don't always have audio immediately. The audio comes on, and you have who was it? Was it Jelly Roll? Who's The Enemy Is Me?
That song was playing?
Yeah, the song was playing on the radio because, I mean, every cops have a good time radio because it's a boring job sometimes.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And then, so you're listening to My Enemy Is Me, and, And then all of a sudden the call comes from dispatch. So you have the dispatch where they call into, oddly enough, my last name's Whitcomb. Oddly enough, it was called Whitcomb 911.
Oh, wow.
No idea why.
Yeah.
And so they dispatch police and fire to the house, and that's where you see it. So the entire thing, the entire response is filmed with audio, which is remarkable. And no one had seen it when I started looking into this case. So your question, what did I see first? I saw the video. So you have a report, police fill out reports, paperwork. In this case, we saw the whole thing happen in real time on video. Indisputable. And what happened in the reports and what came out was very different than what everybody thought, including the fact that when this officer goes upstairs, he goes in the house, goes upstairs, goes down to the second floor bedroom and finds the first two victims, one lying on the floor, one in bed. His first words were to the other officer coming in behind him. His first words were, well, it looks like he killed himself. So initially on camera, which is now, I believe, widely available, his initial reaction was that this was a murder-suicide. Exactly right. And so from the very beginning, things didn't make sense. So there was another friend of the two surviving women who called friends of theirs, a girlfriend of theirs through one of the sororities, and a guy named Hunter Johnson. Hunter Johnson, University of Idaho.
Speaking of Hunter Johnson, this is very interesting. This just came across my feed. Let me just grab the picture. Wow. We just have to give congratulations where congratulations is due. Congratulations. They have now, Jacob Ferris over at the U of I is in Boise, Idaho, and he is a realtor now. And he has just helped Emily and Hunter close on a house. Emily has been in my life as long as I can remember. This was yesterday. And one of my sister's best friends growing up, then a classmate at the University of Idaho alongside Hunter. When I first met Hunter, I clicked with him immediately. Kind, easygoing, funny, and someone who treats everybody he meets with respect. Earlier this year, I got the opportunity to work with Emily's parents and now the opportunity to help these two buy a home of their own. Emily and Hunter are some of the most loyal people I know, constantly laughing, cracking jokes, and I truly admire how they carry that into everything they do. Showings never feel like work. Emily and Hunter, you and your family have always been so supportive of me, and it means the world to me. I've got to be a part of this. Congratulations on you both. Newly married, new home, and a whole life ahead of you. So that is confirmation that Hunter and Emily Allant are married. There you go, folks. You can put that, debunk the rumor.
Idaho student came to the house, and he actually went in the house, went upstairs, down the hallway, and discovered the bodies.
Wow.
He came back, he went to the kitchen and got a knife for protection, which is not unreasonable.
Right.
And he had the knife in his hand when police arrived.
Okay,
that's not great.
That's not great because nobody knows what's going on.
Great first impression.
No, and then he places it on a beer pong table in the middle of the living room. There's a big living room and a beer pong table right smack dab in the middle that you have to go around to get to the kitchen, around to get down there. So I started putting those various things together and saying, what does not add up? Because when you walk into any crime scene, there's a blueprint of what happened. You just have to interpret it. Some people are very good at it. Forensic psychologists, behavioralists, the profilers in the FBI, people who get paid to map blood spatter. It's a science. It's reasonably good.
Reasonably is about as much as we could say.
I think.
I mean, so much of this stuff under scrutiny is not replicatable.
And that's what happened. That's what happened here. And the thing is, people had been talking about this for 3 years based on never seeing anything at all. I wrote Broken Plea, but the publisher came up with the explosive truth behind, search for truth behind it. And they were not kidding. I mean, this went off like a nuclear bomb. Because so many people had so many theories and they had never seen any of this information before.
So what was there anything about the body cam footage that immediately was like inconsistent for what you had read about what it
Everything.
was?
Everything was inconsistent.
Everything.
And then it went downhill. So, I mean, we have so much to talk about in this case, and the book in particular. But I think the two things that stand out immediately from the body cam footage what I think most people believe about the crime scene, and what to this day many people don't know. And I've got to say this about a book. I spent 6 months of 12-hour days mired in the majority of the police file. And I think we got to explain that. When somebody commits a crime, the police do an investigation. The investigation goes to a prosecutor. The prosecutor figures it out, and they use certain evidence from that file to prosecute and put somebody in jail. That's the model, basically, right?
Right. And then they're obligated to be turning over all the evidence that maybe they didn't want to incorporate in
That's
their
exactly
position.
right. And that's called the Brady disclosure. There was a case called Brady v. Maryland. It might have been, I think it was 1976. It's an old, well-established federal statute that says the prosecution has to hand their entire case, including, as you just said, Dax,
inconvenient
or exculpatory in any way to the defense.
Yeah.
And they did. And that is the Brady disclosure. The Brady disclosure in this case was terabytes of information. It is staggering how much information they gathered.
Well, it was a 3-year gap between the plea and the event.
That's
I mean,
correct.
that's a lot of time.
That's a lot
to
of
be
time.
accumulating documents.
Yes.
Building this mountain.
So in some ways, I was shocked at how much information it was. Because it wasn't just the crime scene itself. It wasn't just the autopsy and toxicology reports of the victims. It wasn't just the analysis of blood spatter and DNA testing of blood found at the scene. It wasn't any one of those physical evidentiary things. It was also every online interaction anybody associated with this thing had ever done. Brian Koberger, the victims, the survivors, friends, all these people, every email, every social media post, every text message, every photograph, everything that anybody had ever done. And it became hundreds of thousands of individual pieces of information that I had to look through and try to make sense of.
Totally interesting. If you want to go and watch that whole episode, look here. Here is the link. You can go and check it out. I'll tell you, we've had kind of a shocking live here looking at everything and deep diving into the Idaho 4. One of the last ones that I'm going to end with is the DNA didn't specify if it was female DNA on the knife sheath. And that's something that should have been tested. The knife sheath, I believe, in my humble opinion, had another male DNA. They said they couldn't compare it. So were they missing someone's DNA? People are saying it was a great episode. I watched it all today. I could probably watch it a couple of times. Now I'm going to leave you with this. I know we are almost at our time, and I appreciate spending 6 hours with you, but I am going to hang it up for this weekend, spend some time with my wonderful, amazing husband that just fixed my sprinkler system, which I greatly appreciate. But I want you to think about this. Life could be so much worse. It's the little things that get us through the day. It could be so much worse. And I know some of us have had a hard time this week. But I want to encourage you to continue thinking of the bright side. What would that be? Well, worst case scenario, you can have a cat in your kitchen eating your birthday cake. I just thought this little fur baby was so cute. And I don't know what kind of cat cake that is, but that cat sure is precious. So when you guys think about how bad your week has been, even though it's Freedom Friday, think about funny things that you can do in your life, like watch a few funny videos, spend time with family, take care of yourself, do some self-care, wash your face. Right? Give yourself a massage. Have your husband or your significant other give you a foot massage. You are worth it and you deserve it. And it wasn't probably as shocking as some of you have heard. But there are other things that I don't know if this is true, but I just love a good story. Let's watch it.
Oh my God! No way! They just threw that dog out! Stop the car! Stop! You've got to be kidding me. He's begging to get back in. Open the door, you coward.
Oh, buddy. They really left you here. Don't cry. It's over now.
Little It's okay, buddy. I'm taking you home. We're gonna get you cleaned up.
Look, we're getting all that dirt off you. Come on. A nice warm bath. That feels good, huh?
Why won't you eat, buddy? You need to eat. You need to get your strength back.
Look, you're making a friend? Yes, you're playing. That's so good, buddy.
Go on.
If the wind shakes the maple leaves,
Good boy.
there you go. You're happy now. You found someone who loves you.
I love a good story. Y'all have a great, fabulous weekend. Thank you to my mods for holding out for 6 hours. I love it when we do these 6-hour deep dives. We learn so much more. And, you know, you might see some crazy things on the internet, but one thing's for sure. Anytime I get on here, I try to educate you. Don't fall for some of the things that you're seeing, like this.
But it's far better to be awake. The American dream is called a dream because you must be asleep to have it. If you're here just to listen to me grunt and growl at the camera, this one's not for you. You need to move on, okay? This is for the real ones that are trying to escape. You need to understand these principles I'm about to show you if you want to escape. Listen, the universe is always trying to equalize itself, okay? The water flows from the mountaintop down to the ocean. We put a turnstile in the stream in order to harness that energy, and then that energy gets recycled and it goes again, correct? Okay, listen, the battery has a surplus of electrons on one side and a lack of electrons on the other side. We put a connection between one side to the other, and we put a lamp in between, right, in order to harness the power of those electrons as they flow to this side. The universe is trying to equalize. So when there are the same number of electrons on this side as there are on this side, then the battery is discharged. It can't do any more work. Listen, they are doing the exact same thing to us. What they are doing is they are creating a positive charge between this side and that side of us. And they are putting a water wheel in the stream in order to harness our energy and our movement for their benefit. Okay? What we need to start doing is we need to understand what the matrix is in order to escape it. When you start to understand these principles, people that are very high up, that are very intelligent and very smart, understand this about us, and they are creating a charge between this side and that side in order to control our movements and to get us to turn their water wheel. This is not just physical. There is a spiritual element to this. There is a universal metaphysical element to this. This is why religion, positivity, negativity, angels and demons are seen all throughout human history and story. It's not fantasy. There is truth in all of that. We just lack the eyes, the ears, and the mind to understand that. And those that understand this can tap into it. And I want you to tap into it too. Wake up, give me a follow, and I'm going to talk to you about this shit every single day until you start to open your eyes. And there are times when I wish I could go back to sleep. But it's...
And if you get a minute, look up the word loosh and you'll understand. I'm not falling for it anymore. I don't know about you, but we're going to keep marching forward. I appreciate every single one of you. You all have been amazing. Even though we have our disagreements here, you guys did a phenomenal job making sure that you stayed respectful. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend.
Essentially convicted in the media. You don't have to read but a few articles to see how negative they are about him. He has a right to have this information withheld, brought out in public, so that people can see it's not this neat little packet. I wonder if Brian's innocent. Your Honor, Brian is innocent.
They call it the August effect. A quiet pull, a heart's compass, finding its gravitation. A promise whispered to the future. Sunrise paints the window pane a hazy gold. A story in my chest that's waiting to unfold. Used to trace the lines of maps I'd never seen. Now the greenest pasture grows from deep within. Letting go of every anchor, every chain, washing off the dust in cool September rain. This is the freedom, wild and new, the future calling, breaking through. A heart's true north, the sky of blue. This is the promise coming true. The road ahead is unwritten, vast and wide. No need to run, no reason left to hide. Every step a choice, every breath my own. On this open field of chances I have sown. This is the freedom, wild and new. The future calling, breaking through. A heart's true north, a sky of blue. This is a prominent true. The August effect, I understand it now. It's the faith you find somehow. The promise coming true for you. The greenest pasture.
Well, good afternoon, nesters.